Ah, excellent. Okay, merci. Oui, d'accord. Okay, I'm following the instruction. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Max, you want to join me on stage, or shall I be all by myself? So very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for taking the time to get here this early this morning, and also a very warm welcome to everybody in the digital room. We have a live stream going on, so hello. It's an honor for Max Bank and me. My name is Nelly Grotefend, to open today's event, and on behalf of all the organizations, Article 19, the Balanced Economy Project, LobbyControl, Forum Umwelt und Entwicklung, Open Markets Institute, and SOMO. So thank you for making an extra effort this morning. And also thank you to everybody who made this event possible. So thank you to the event crew, thank you to the catering, who's going to take very good care of our needs today. Also, thank you to the bus drivers who got you here, and maybe to the coffee shop around the corner who got you started with this extra little espresso this morning, so you could make it here. I'm very glad. So before we jump into the very quick program description, I just want to share a few opening words. First of all, on networking and coffee. The program is very packed, and I think that's great. We made very sure to have different formats, very different opinions, lots of people, very different aspects, and all of this, we squeezed it into half a day. So please, this means the coffee machine in the main room is working for you at all the time. So please take advantage of this. Don't wait for the little breaks to come up. If you need something, take care of yourself. Just help yourself. We're grateful that you are with us. Nevertheless, there will be a moment where we can all be together and discuss and digest and revisit different arguments from the podium. And this will be at 1 p.m. So please don't run away after our wrap-up note, but stay around, have some snacks with us, have a drink, and yeah, let's network. Second point is, as I said before, this event will be live streamed. So just for your information, there's going to be cameras in the room. And you can also pictures will be taken, and you can also revisit this event. We will make it available afterwards via your preferred platform for videos. So please make sure to tag us online and share this video afterwards. And last but not least, the name tags. If you haven't picked up your name tag, pick it up at the entrance. It makes networking so much easier, and it will just be nice to recognize everybody. And yeah, I'm just going to hand over to Max for some few words on the program.
Yeah, thanks very much, and a warm welcome from my side this morning here in Brussels for our mini conference. I'm glad you joined, and I just want to say a few words on the program. It will be rather short, but we have exciting speakers coming up today from all over Europe, and an agenda for tackling monopoly power with the next Commission, but already starting today, because we need change, right? Change is already happening. We see mergers being stopped. Amazon iRobot, maybe a case that you heard of, I'm sure you've heard of, yeah, there's more to come, and that's what we are discussing today in various panels and also with keynote speeches. We have 3 panels coming up. One is rather on the problem, describing and analyzing the problem, what the harms of monopoly power in Europe. The second one is how we can tackle this and build a more innovative, build a more democratic and more sustainable economy here in Europe. And the third one is on a specific sector, the tech sector, where we look how concentration could be tackled there. And then we have 2 exciting keynotes, one by René Repasi, MEP, and by State Secretary Giegold later on. Before we come to René Repasi's keynote speech, I just wanted to mention that we will also present our manifesto on tackling monopoly power here in Europe. It has been published 1 week ago, and we see it as a crucial reference point for upcoming discussions in the next 5 years, but also ahead of the European elections. It's the reference point for us as civil society. It has been signed by many organizations and supported, and I hope it will come up in the discussions we have today. So I only want to repeat, this is a conference about change, about challenging the current paradigm of competition policy, and we look forward to great discussions. And with this, I hand over to René Ripasi, who will join us online today and set the floor for this morning. René, the floor is yours.
No, thank you so much. Okay, I can now indeed see myself on the big screen. That is fine. Well, thanks, Max. Thanks, colleagues, friends, for organizing this conference. And I can only concur with what is said. This is honestly a very important event and very important kickoff that is relevant for our campaign, but it's going to be even more relevant once elections are over and we have to define the European Commission's working program and what is coming as next steps. And I hope that in my keynote I will give you some ideas which direction that can go and why it is so important that this is a kickoff that should only get stronger and stronger over time. We all know, and I therefore only put it forward as keywords, that Europe is facing massive challenges, starting with a change of paradigm in global trade, with the primacy of geopolitics above trade, starting with the Inflation Reduction Act, but also China's policy to clearly subject trade to its geopolitical interests. And by that, these movements challenge the very business case of the European Union's internal market and its free trade paradigm. So the Europe's wealth was basically built on the very idea that the world would function according to the internal market's rules. So you lower barriers and have trade, putting aside and pushing aside political barriers. And that is changing now, but Europe is not yet changing. Supply chains have not yet fully recovered and most likely will never be as a consequence of the pandemic and the wars that we are facing in Europe. Climate change is not gone. It is still there, and the green transition is even more relevant for our economies. The digital transformation has still the most of potential for our economies to keep their position in the global economy. And all that, we are facing permanent threats of relocation and relocalization, with big CEOs and companies telling us all the time, you have to do this or that, or otherwise we're moving to this or that part of the world. And in this field of tension, we have to make our policies. And this is getting more and more difficult, since whenever you come up with progressive ideas, they are immediately under the threat of, if you go for this, you might scare off all those industries that are giving jobs and paying for good wages. And that shows where current debates are taking place. And this is why this conference is so important, because what we see is a shift of a narrative, and that's the narrative under which heading we are going to pursue our upcoming policies. Remember, in 2019, with the massive manifestations of the Friday for Futures movement, we got climate change as the main narrative, and we got therefore a European Commission that was having the most progressive agenda, if I may say so, since the foundation of the European Union, transforming and taking effective steps of a transformation of Europe's economy into indeed a climate-friendly economy in Europe. But what we now see in 24, it is the opposite. There's not much talk about climate change anymore. It is industrial policy and it is competitiveness all over the place. And we see by that the paradigm, that the narrative is shifting rightwards. What we also can basically then anticipate how the majority situation is going to be looking like in the EU institutions, be it in the Council, be it in the Commission, be it in the European Parliament. And the right way of filling up those notions is to actually think of deregulation. If they speak of bureaucracy, then what they have in mind are all the progressive changes that we achieved over the last 10 years. When they think of competitiveness, they mean even more state aid for large corporations with which as a consequence is only focusing and concentrating more market powers at these corporations. Now, this is what is behind those beautiful notions of industrial policy and competitiveness. And that is a challenge for progressive forces. But it's also only that. It is a challenge which we have to face by embracing the very fact that we have new notions on the market, but giving those notions progressive meaning. We shouldn't shy away from those notions, but make use of them. From a very social democratic perspective, I have definitely to say industrial policy is actually part of the core business of social democrats over the last decades. So in that sense, we shouldn't shy away, but we should be clear that this is happening, and this is our responsibility to make to use those notions and push them into our direction. The parameters of doing so are basically two columns around which I would construct this progressive meaning of those notions. The one is around the idea of creative destruction, and the other one is around the idea of democratizing markets, which in my eyes means indeed addressing corporate power, but also let citizens participate in whatever gains are to be delivered by our markets. When we are looking at creative destruction, what do I mean by this? The very idea that is coming up in particular from a right way and liberal way of looking at markets is, okay, if we have champions, let's make them stronger so that they do not relocate from Europe to America, but do not really request much of changing of their business case. And this is a little bit sticking to the past and hoping that what was strong in the past will remain strong in the future if we keep it strong in the meantime. But in my eyes, this is not going to work, in particular because we are living in times that require a lot of public investments. So if the limited public forces that we have are then channeled into old industries, this is not a good way forward. We know that the good way forward is that we need to keep markets dynamic and that we follow the idea of a creative destruction, challenging the ones that are currently holding market powers with new ideas, with the hope that the new next challenger is actually already born, is hopefully already doing research at one of the European universities, and we need to create an environment and the tools that they can actually grow and challenge those that currently hold market power. But that requires many changes in our policies. If the idea is that Europe gains its competitive edge and its position on the world by creative destruction, then we have to do, in my eyes, 3 steps. The first one is, and that's the core one, but also the most difficult one. We have to liberate universities from the neoliberal paradigm that research must be competitive. Nowadays, researchers lose more time in writing third-party funding requests than that they are actually doing any research. We are losing way much time by sticking to old ideas. And given that all those third-party funding requests have to be assessed against their feasibility, by definition, methods put forward are those from the current or from the past. And it's hard to predict what is going to be the main challenger within 5 years. Therefore, trust more in research and researchers and innovation at our universities and liberate their forces by allowing them to focus actually on research and giving them the free space to do so. But currently, the paradigm is universities have to be put into competition with each other in order to produce the best results. But in my eyes, that is not how research works. Second, once we have research ideas, we must help researchers that their ideas can be transferred into products. Incubators, speaking of. Currently, there are some ideas to get there, but there's nothing that is done at a larger scale. We need to attract also private investments into those. Without private investments, leading to the very fact that we have a transfer of ideas out of Europe to the United States. So we need to have a protection of incubators. We need to have, therefore, a new corporate form that does not look at shareholder value, but channeling all investments that we can get into a good idea. Once we come to a situation of transferring ideas into markets, we need to protect with competition policy in particular the growth of those startups. I'm here speaking of killer acquisitions. So if we already get great ideas, those great ideas must be allowed to grow in a protected area. And we basically have our responsibility from competition authorities to protect those small startups that they actually grow in Europe and are not transferred into other areas of the world. So this is when we look, we have to create an environment for creative destruction. If we come to the second paradigm on market power, then if we first speak of so democratizing markets, which means we have to look at market power. And this is something I don't have to explain to this room, but it is something that we still have to explain and continue to explain here in Brussels, that competition policy is not about a narrow understanding of consumer welfare, which means the lowest prices and the most quantity of products, which ultimately means that we can basically also benefit of third country products made of child labor because they are extremely cheap. This shift of paradigm started in the last years, in particular now with the adoption of the due diligence directive in our next plenary, but we have to continue with this idea in competition policy and have to acknowledge that competition policy is more than a narrow understanding of consumer welfare, but in modern world, in modern times, it means including non-economic objectives. We must accept as a very starting basis, private entities pursue only private interests. And if this is the case, then the public interest must be supported and strengthened by competition policy tools, be it by taming corporate power in the interest of non-economic objectives or supporting any kind of cooperations amongst market operators if they are actually in the public interest, but always being aware of the very fact that if private entities pursue public interests, then they do so because there's an overlap with a private interest, but nothing else. And that means that we have to return to an understanding of competition policy from the perspective of what we call the curse of bigness. Bigness as such on markets is a problem, and it is not that simply the abuse of corporate power is a problem. Hence, unbundling is a debate that must be back on the table, and we have to create a competition policy that wants to keep markets sane. Now, since we are looking at a market situation that there is, this means we have to act with regulatory tools in order to tame corporate power in the sense that they play according to the rules, which should, if there is creative destruction, at the same time reduce their share in markets. But it also means that we should now keep market structures healthy, and that puts our very focus on merger control. So merger control and how merger control is exercised, including a reform of the European merger regulation, in my eyes, is a core topic for the upcoming 5 days. And that means, intellectually speaking, we have to understand that harm to competition is also a different story than we currently see it in merger regulation. We also have here to include public interests when we are assessing the impact of a merger on the internal market, and see what does this do to a market structure. Always understanding that in particular mergers are growth which is not merit-based, but mostly based on corporate power, and we need to keep our market structures that are still healthy. We have to keep them healthy. And that brings us to the topic of conditionalities. When we are actually allowing mergers, then we have to look into conditionalities that basically transform this merger into something that is serving public interests. We must introduce, therefore, also a mechanism if a merger is actually not delivering on those public interests, that we can take back certain conditionalities up to unbundling a merger that was actually allowed, something that EU merger regulation and EU merger law does currently not allow. But the same applies for state aid. If there is a need for the reason of our transformation to give state aid to corporate power, then it must be then there must be conditions attached to it. This is something we can learn from the US debate, and it must include, as we call it, clawback mechanisms. So once the objectives of transformation are achieved, that this money returns to the public in order to be reinvested in different purposes. So this is a way of tackling market power. And then we come to the third element, which is having citizens participate in the results of the internal market. Currently, let's say, what is the very reason that we have a very attractive shift of this narrative towards competitiveness, going against bureaucracy in the industrial policy? We have SMEs and we have citizens that are following the old song that there is just more bureaucracy but nothing else coming from Brussels. And behind this, it is the idea of many, many, many reporting obligations that are pushed down from those who have corporate power down to smaller, medium-sized enterprises who cannot, taking the due diligence directive as an example in point, and the reporting obligations that come along. Mind, you all know why we do this. We want to do this so that private investments are channeled into a right direction and not into a wrong direction. And in order to do so, we need transparency and information. Yet what we see is that such sustainable finance products, they end up also with big business. Citizens do not get any financial products that help them to finance their own private households in order to renovate and become more sustainable. The German debate on the heating law is on the law to reform to make our houses more sustainable. We lost this debate because private households, under the impression of high inflation rates, mortgages being more expensive, said we cannot afford this. Where are the financial market products that actually help citizens to afford the green transition on their basis? Where are the financial products for SMEs if they already share some of the burden in terms of reporting? Where are the sustainable finance products that are helping them? So we must get citizens, SMEs on board and basically show them you participate in the transformation, in the green and digital transformation of our economy into the future, and we have to show them that they benefit from it already now. So if the strategy that we are pursuing here is to hijack market mechanisms instead of abolishing markets, then we must also be sure that we deliver on the outcome of those market mechanisms. And that requires, in my eyes, indeed, three elements to be taken into consideration. First, we have to clean up markets so that we do not have to face the phenomenon of greedflation. If we transform our market, it will lead to higher prices, which can therefore lead to inflation, but there should not be greedflation. Therefore, competition policy has a role to play in tackling inflation. Second, we need to have sustainable finance products going to SMEs and to citizens. But third, we must think about direct subsidies for the most vulnerable consumers so that they come along, and that requires fiscal capacity amongst the member states. So if you look at this picture and if you think these are actually good parameters for an idea, then we realize what I was just outlining. It is a vision for the future of the internal market. It is highly ambitious because it requires a change of certain paradigms, but it is built on the idea that we hijack this shift of the narrative towards right notions, but give them very progressive meaning so that we can advance our agenda. But it is an agenda that is basically looking at market power, competition policy, and industrial policy. It requires in practice that we overcome political silos, that we do not think that consumer protection and competition policy are different policy areas, but that they interact. Corporate power, symptoms of corporate power can be seen in multiple policy fields, in consumer protection, as in competition policy, as in product safety or other elements. So if we have a combined perspective on those symptoms of corporate power, then we are able to actually tame those corporate powers. So let me therefore conclude. What we need in a time where we have a shift of a narrative, it is a clear progressive vision on industrial policy and competitiveness. I believe we can have this, and the manifesto that you have worked on is showing this. We need, as a second, a progressive strategy where public enforcers at European and at national level, together with market supervision authorities, are doing their part of the job, just as legislators do. We also need to work for progressive majorities to actually implement this strategy. And that also means, and here I come to this to the very point of this conference, we need civil society's support in moving, in giving progressive meaning to this moving narrative. So the ideas that were presented in the manifesto and that you're going to discuss, they lay the foundation for what we have to do afterwards. I personally have outlined what are my ideas. If you can see yourself back in some of those ideas, I can only offer to you to be your spokesperson in the European Parliament with this vision of using industrial policy and competitiveness to give it progressive meanings. And I will do everything that I can in order to get our movement forwards. I believe this is core. I believe this is important. And therefore, let's have a very good kickoff conference today. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of this keynote speech, and all the best for the continuation of this conference. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, René, for kicking us off with such an inspiring vision of how we can create a more democratic European economy, and also some very practical ideas of how we can get there. And it was great to hear that there's a lot of overlap between your thinking and the ideas in our manifesto, which I'm going to speak about now. So I'm Max von Thun. Can people hear me? Okay, there's kind of echo that I hear. I'm Max von Thun. I'm the Europe Director at the Open Markets Institute. We're a transatlantic competition policy think tank that studies the dangers of monopolization and develops the ideas and policies that we think we need to build a more open, diverse, and resilient economy. So it's great to see so many of you in the room, both here today and also listening online at a critical moment in the debate, not just on competition policy itself, but on the powers and purpose of the European Union. As we approach a historic round of European elections, it's essential that we discuss not just how those powers are used, but also what we want them to achieve. And so to get that debate going, and before we jump into the panels, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the manifesto that 14 leading civil society organizations, including Open Markets, published last week, which attempts to set out precisely that kind of vision. So our manifesto makes the case for putting anti-monopoly at the heart of the next European Commission's policy agenda. We argue that market consolidation is partly or wholly responsible for many of the systemic challenges that Europe now faces today, from our polarized and increasingly dystopic digital commons to Europe's dangerous dependence on fragile and highly concentrated global supply chains, and our struggle to combat the threat of climate change. More broadly, our manifesto links monopoly power to a whole host of ills that Europeans face in their daily lives, including higher prices and weaker privacy for consumers, lower pay for workers, farmers, and small businesses, and less of the innovation and entrepreneurship that are a key driver of our long-term prosperity. And you don't need to take my word for it. Research by the European Commission shows that average industry concentration, defined as the largest four firms' share of production, has risen from 36% to 44% just over the last 2 decades in major European economies. And in certain industries, the share of the 4 largest firms has risen to even more extreme heights. For example, in communications, it's around 70%, and in energy, transport, and finance, it's around 50%. And similarly, research by Jan Eckhout, who will be on our second panel this morning, shows that markups, in other words, the additional amount that firms charge beyond the cost of production, have risen dramatically around the world, including in Europe, and primarily amongst the largest firms, showing their rising market power. While changes in technology, politics, and trade are part of the picture, we think a lot of the blame ultimately lies with policymakers in Europe and in the rest of the world who fail to either anticipate these trends or deal with them in time. Under a laissez-faire approach to competition enforcement, authorities in Europe and elsewhere allowed consolidation of critical industries to take place, based on the misguided assumption that doing so would lead to lower prices and higher efficiency. In practice, this meant waving through thousands of anti-competitive takeovers, reducing the choices available to workers, small businesses, and consumers, while entrenching the market power of those left standing. And it also meant failing to use the full array of existing tools to break up such consolidations of power once they arose. And a clear example of this is the reluctance of the Commission and other competition authorities to use so-called structural remedies, in other words, breakups, in merger and antitrust investigations. Instead, monopolies were allowed to grow ever more dominant as long as they promised to play nice, promises that we now know weren't worth the pieces of paper they were written on. But fortunately, it isn't all doom and gloom, as our manifesto recognizes the EU is making some really important strides forward in dealing with the monopoly problem. Through the Digital Markets Act, for example, the Commission is making unprecedented efforts to rein in the gatekeepers that dominate today's digital marketplace and create room for new challengers to emerge. And DG Comp also looks increasingly ready to block anti-competitive takeovers, whether these take place in tech, pharma, airlines, or other industries. And Europe is also making progress towards reducing its dependence on highly concentrated supply chain choke points through measures designed to promote diversification in the supply of semiconductors, clean energy, raw materials, and more. But as our manifesto makes clear, we don't think this is ambitious enough. Existing regulatory initiatives like the DMA risk quickly being overrun by new market developments. For example, the role of artificial intelligence in entrenching the power of a few dominant tech giants over our lives. And more fundamentally, we believe the EU needs to change its entire way of thinking about competition policy. Because despite the huge challenge posed by rising market concentration, competition enforcement still remains far too siloed, with little coordination between antitrust and other policy tools that have a role to play in promoting deconcentration of our economy, including industrial policy, trade policy, data protection, consumer protection, and others. Competition enforcement, as Renee pointed out, also remains wedded to a narrow vision which largely limits itself to considerations of short-term efficiency and impacts on consumers, while neglecting other important stakeholders, including workers, small businesses, suppliers, and others. And wider societal harms that result from monopoly power, including weaker resilience, less freedom of expression, and distortion of our democratic processes, are absent from this picture entirely. And so in response, our manifesto calls for a return to what we see as the original vision on which Europe was founded, one in which power, both political and economic, is widely and fairly distributed, and no single actor, whether that's a government or a powerful corporation, is able to distort that level playing field. So I realize a lot of this might sound quite abstract, idealistic perhaps. That's why our manifesto doesn't just end with providing a vision, but also provides a detailed set of practical recommendations, which we think will ensure the next Commission is able to meet the scale of this concentration threat. And so in total, our manifesto contains 18 recommendations spread across 5 key themes. 1, making sure competition enforcement protects us not only as consumers, but as citizens. 2, taking up a joined-up approach to reining in concentration that uses different policy levers together. 3, making sure we're enforcing all our existing tools as effectively as possible. 4, expanding that set of tools where necessary. And 5, democratizing competition policy itself, particularly through bringing in civil society. So I need more time than I have this morning to go through each recommendation one by one, but I'd like to run through 6 ideas in particular, drawn from across those 5 themes, which we see as particular priorities. And we actually have a slide ready if someone's able to go. Perfect. So first, we want the EU to take a wider view on both the objectives and the beneficiaries of competition enforcement. So protecting consumers and the competitive process are critical, but we can't keep ignoring how monopoly power also harms other groups, including many of those I mentioned before, such as workers, suppliers, and farmers, or how it suffocates free speech and distorts our democracies. Second, we call for a cross-Commission mandate to tackle concentration of economic power, both across the EU as well as in the EU's global supply chains. That means every Commission DG, and not just DG Comp, needs to think about how its actions either increase or decrease market concentration. And we highlight a number of areas where we think this collaboration would be useful, many of which I've mentioned already, including industrial policy, employment policy, tax, data protection, and others. Third, we believe the Commission urgently needs the power to investigate monopoly power across entire sectors, and not just individual companies, and to intervene where necessary. And this idea is inspired by the market investigation tools that we see in the UK and most recently Germany, but also the so-called new competition tool that was previously considered by the European Commission. So we want to see that back on the table. Fourth, we want to see a much greater focus on addressing concentration of power itself, again, as Renee mentioned, instead of just mopping up the damage caused by that concentration afterwards. And in practice, we think that means much more willingness to intervene structurally in markets, including by blocking more mergers and forcing companies to divest assets and business lines where necessary. Fifth, we want to see the EU maximize the potential of industrial policy to foster alternatives to dominant firms, while also avoiding the dangerous pitfall of using it to subsidize the rise of national or even European monopolies and oligopolies. And last but not least, we call for much greater involvement of civil society groups, consumer advocates, and citizens more broadly in the development and enforcement of competition policy, including making it easier for these groups to have formal legal standing in competition investigations. The Commission faces some incredibly powerful and well-resourced opponents, and it needs all the help it can get, and civil society is ready to play that role. And by taking on board these recommendations and others in our manifesto, we think the EU would have a fighting chance of neutralizing the monopoly threat and building a better future for Europeans. And now I'd like to just share a few reflections on a word that's on everyone's lips in Brussels these days, and Renee talked about it a lot, this idea of competitiveness and Europe's apparent lack of it globally. Because while competitiveness might sound almost indistinguishable from competition, in practice, the two words are used to refer to very different things. According to the narrative being pushed by a lot of big industry groups in Brussels these days, improving competitiveness actually requires having less competition in Europe, by letting European giants merge and using state aid to fatten up their profit margins. But as we argue in our manifesto, this would be completely the wrong approach. Promoting concentration in Europe would not result in a more competitive European economy globally, but it would create an economy that costs consumers more, pays workers less, and that's less resilient and innovative. As we put it in our manifesto, Europe's path to success on the global stage lies in promoting openness, fair competition, and a level playing field at home, not in abandoning them. In other words, if we want a more competitive Europe, then we actually need more competition, not less. And now I'd like to close with an anecdote that I think says a lot about the moment that we find ourselves in. At last week's American Bar Association conference in Washington, the current competition commissioner, Margaret Vestager, was asked if she had any wisdom for the next generation of antitrust enforcers. And I think her answer was deeply revealing, not just for competition authorities and not just for Europeans, but for anyone who's concerned about the rising inequality and concentration of power that we see around the world. Vestager said, "If I could redo it, I would have been a lot bolder. Concentration is increasing in every jurisdiction, and we don't have a lot of time." And she's absolutely right. The monopoly threat grows bigger by the day, and we're running out of time to act. We can't afford any more regrets, so let's seize this window of opportunity and take the steps we need to create a better future for our economies, our democracies, and our planet. Thank you.
Y'all hear me? Yes? I'm gonna take a bit closer. Okay, so now we are going to, we've heard so far quite interesting speeches, but now we will have a little bit more of an interactive session. I hope also that we will have the opportunity to have questions from the audience, so that you will also partake in these discussions. Is it okay? Can you hear me? I hear an echo now, so it should be fine. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So I will start by introducing myself. I am Margarida Silva. I'm a researcher at the Center for Research on Multinational Corporations, SOMO. It is a Dutch-based organization that does what it says on the tin. We investigate multinationals. With our work, We have identified several of the problems or challenges that Europeans are facing right now, many of which Renee and also Max have already talked about, so we don't need to go over them in too much detail. But maybe just to say very, very briefly that, of course, Europeans are basically facing overlapping crises at the same time. With COVID, climate change, and war, these have, of course, created immense human suffering and loss, but they've also sent shockwaves through the globalized market system. A cost of living crisis has followed, with energy and food prices skyrocketing. And in the background, we have a broken digital public sphere, which has enabled the spread of disinformation, but has also diverted funding away from quality journalism. What we have found is that with this crisis, we always find one common denominator that is either driving or worsening them, and that's corporate power, extreme corporate power especially. Globally and at EU level, we see higher levels of concentration, where just a handful of companies are wielding extreme amounts of power, both economically and politically. With this panel, we want to explore the concrete impacts that this power has on people. From food insecurity to lower salaries to strained public health systems, we really want to go from abstract to concrete. And I am joined by a really amazing panel of speakers, including Anastasia Nesvatelova. And if I do get someone's name wrong, I'm very, very sorry. But Anastasia is the director in macroeconomics and development policies at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. We have also Oliver Rothig, who is Regional Secretary at UniEuropa, which is the European Service Workers Union. We have Nick Dearden, Director of Campaigning Organizations Global Justice Now, and author of Pharmanomics, How Big Pharma Destroys Global Health, but also wealth, I would imagine. And finally, we have Ioannis Lianos, Professor of Global Competition Law and Public Policy at the University College of London, founder of Inclusive Competition Forum, and a former head of Hellenic Competition Commission. I have to say that for each one of these speakers, we could probably have gone on with the credits, but we don't have that much time. So yeah, we will try to go through these topics, and at the end, if we have time, we will open it up for the audience so that we can have a little bit of an interaction. But starting maybe with Anastasia. Is it okay if I stand here? Yeah, of course. So of course, in the past few years, we've seen that the global system has been hit by several shocks. This have disturbed, of course, food production globally. But as the UNCTAD has put it in its recent report, the crisis also presented an opportunity for a set of fairly unknown corporations, that's food commodity traders. So I would like you to explain it to us right now, who these companies are and how they impacted food prices and availability.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. What I'm going to talk about is part of our flagship Trade and Development Report, is the major economic publication of the United Nations on the global economy. So that puts my scope here a little bit more into away from Europe and into the global impact of corporate power concentration, profiteering, and also hopefully what if I were to ask you to take something away from my talk, is maybe to start thinking differently about markets themselves and corporations and businesses as a node of power, because what I'm going to show you requires you to go beyond very conventional approaches to market regulation or even understanding concentration or market limits, and go, if you want, kind of bottom upwards. We started looking at food commodity traders. They are, as Margarita said, it works. It's not that they're not necessarily unknown, it's just that nobody is looking at them closely. We do all know them. In fact, they have a very nice acronym uniting the big four companies between themselves. They're called the ABCD companies. The letters stand for the capital letter of every company's name. So there are four of them dominating the world market. Conservatively, they account for 70% of the global food systems. Some estimates put it up to 90%, but in truth, we don't actually know because nobody is looking to regulate them and to solicit information and data that they would have been obliged to disclose if they were publicly held corporations. They're not. Only 8 companies in our sample of 15 are required to do that. The rest are private businesses and they do whatever they want to do. They have no public obligation to disclose their subsidiary behavior or financial reporting. The reason we wanted to look at them last year in detail is the parallels between profit patterns between the energy sector in the wake of pandemic and the war in Ukraine and profits in the food trading area. And you can see that at least the dynamic, if not the absolute numbers, but the dynamic of escalation are very similar. And if energy traders and energy companies did get their share of public attention and some regulatory response in terms of taxation and disclosure, food traders didn't. In fact, commodity trading is one of the most opaque and complex sectors globally, and food traders, although a small part of it, is one of the murky parts of global business. What I want to show further is this. These are pictures, on the one hand, showing just how profits have changed along with the global commodity cycle for the Big Four. So the Big Four here are Archer Daniels Midlands, Bunge, Cargill, Louis Dreyfus, and the blue line is price volatility. And you can see that through relatively stable time between around 2012 to 2020 or 2019, the profitability of the Big Four was more or less on a stable trajectory. And then it escalates massively through the pandemic and in its wake, having been boosted by events in early 2022, but it hasn't stopped there. So food inflation is still up. Historical food prices are still above their pre-pandemic averages, which for developing countries in particular, those who import food translates into, for example, 30% of food price inflation that hurts most vulnerable. And I think the recent estimates that we're putting, in fact, tomorrow in a release of the report update is that by 2030, around 600 million people are expected to be undernourished simply because of lack of availability of food. A little bit of technical note. Profitability is a complex thing, and profits are one of the issues, one of the things that businesses like to manipulate. There are many types of profits. We started looking not at consolidated accounts, but we started looking at all sort of sets of subsidiary reporting for the sector, for the 13 companies that we could get the information for. So again, just to give you an echo, there are 4 big companies that dominate the global food systems. If we stretch further and include other traders who would trade grain or parts of fertilizers, we get 15. So even if you get 15 companies dominating the global food market, it's still only 15 corporations controlling the global food supply. The graph on the right-hand side shows you the dynamic of various components of revenues, incomes, and profits for the sector as a whole. No company is singled out, but it's a dynamic of the sector. You can see one particular line, which is red, going, first of all, very deep, down around 2016, 2018, and then it goes above everything else. These are profits before tax. This is profits for everything that these corporations do broadly. Should they do transport services? Should they do digital services? Should they trade in real estate? The income from those activities will go into profits before tax. If you note, these activities have nothing to do with food trading, maybe very remotely, but it's not necessarily directly related to food trading. Because of accounting and financial insight, we take profits before tax as a proxy for financial operations and financial speculation by food traders. And you can see how those profits are above their operating revenues, which is the core profit from their core business. So if they do trade food, that would be qualified as operating revenues. If they speculate in financial derivatives, that revenue would go into profits before tax. The line is before your eyes. And the next graph is one of my favorites in the report. It's a representation of Bank of International Settlements data for commodity derivatives traded over the counter. So these are private deals that are not monitored, that are not regulated on market exchanges. They're opaque and private, OTC derivatives. It's also unfortunate that agriculture commodities are not singled out as a group. They're too small. But you can take a little remark from a graph that is not here, that Europe is the largest global hub for OTC derivatives trading. Other geographies such as North America or Asia are large markets for organized financial markets trading derivatives. Europe is a home for global OTC, i.e. opaque, unregulated, non-transparent deals with financial derivatives. And food and other commodities, of course, are being traded as financial asset only. Nobody trades foods for food, right? So the interesting part is the graph is the same. It's just different representation of the same dynamic. The interesting curves are on your left. The orange line suggests or points on how many bets were taken in the OTC derivative market for part of commodity derivatives. The blue line shows how many of those deals were successful, regardless of where you're betting on price up or price down. It's just a relationship between overall betting and successful betting. You can see that around the commodity peak in 2009, there was a lot of fresh liquidity coming into the market. The line is very high. A lot of bets are successful. These are professional financiers dealing with financial derivatives. It coincides with the time when banks became traders of oil, energy, and other commodities. In the literature, it's called financialization of commodity trading. It's around that time that the Financial Stability Board considered whether commodity traders should in fact be regulated as financial institutions. At the time, it was concluded that there is not enough evidence to extend financial regulations into commodity trading, and they proceeded to be regulated as industrial corporations. Industrial corporations have lots of exceptions in their treatment, in their participation in financial markets, because of course they need to hedge, and they do need to hedge, and speculation is sometimes necessary in the financial markets. But what happened is that coming into our 2021-2022, commodity traders retained and capitalized on their access to financial markets and financial derivatives. They're now the incumbent speculators. They don't have as much professional liquidity going into the market, but they have some. Maybe they're not as astute as speculators or financial innovators. You can see the blue line much more divorced from the orange line, but they are still there. And we find, although it's not a direct line between financial speculation and price increases in food markets, but we find that participation of commodity traders in financial markets amplifies their role in price setting, price intransparency, and of course speculation. Now, this is my favorite picture from the report, and it challenges all the notions about monopoly and corporate power you might have had. The four giant companies, A, B, C, D, are part of the companies presented in the table. But correspondingly, I made sure that we list all the subsidiaries that belong to a firm, for example, called Archer Daniels Midlands. So in the latest count, it has 825 little Archer Daniels Midlands, who are all located in different national jurisdictions, arbitraging between different rules, different transparency requirements, different taxation approaches, and any regulatory context. So as you talk about anti-monopoly regulation, competition, the reach of the state, transparency, you need to keep this in mind, that if you do not understand the significance of subsidiary networks in sustaining corporate power, in yielding more of it and in allowing corporate arbitrage and maneuvering, a lot of the effort that I already heard today in the morning from the first speaker and you are going to be futile, because it's through the subsidiaries that these giant businesses, although they're giant maybe on the surface, their power lies in the little bits that comprise them. The adaptability, the divisibility, the fragmentation of corporate power through subsidiary holdings and through subsidiary activities, which are all regulated differently and which at the moment are not compulsory to be disclosed, regulated, or monitored, is the source of corporate power and market control. I'm not sure concentration is the word to use, but certainly cross-market and asset control. And then we applied, this is the final result, we applied that theory, or that reality really, to investigating the difference between what these companies report at global ultimate holder level, global ultimate owner level, this is your left-hand side or vertical axis, vis-a-vis what they have in terms of their financial holdings at the subsidiary levels. And we find some discrepancy that applies to firms that are identified as red arrows on the graph. We find that all the big corporations that do control the global food supply and the global food system have, in the years of market volatility, become de facto shadow banks, because they now have more financial investments, more financial holdings, and more financial liquidity at the levels of their subsidiary than the report at the level of their global ultimate owner. So if the Financial Stability Board or any regulator back in 2012 thought that they didn't have enough evidence to maybe extend systemic regulations in finance to these traders, now we have some. Of course, it's one first step, but it's a very crucial beginning of a journey that anybody concerned with financial contagion, financial stability, shadow banking risks can have today. Because, of course, the subprime financial crisis also started off-balance sheets with things that nobody really was looking at because they were considered to be risk-free.
Anastasia, could we just
to
maybe
confirm,
wrap it up?
okay, that's the last slide.
Yeah.
To confirm what we were just explaining to you on the basis of our report, Oliver Wyman, the big consultancy on commodity trading in particular, just published their own estimates that the sector is sitting on $120 billion in cash reserves now, ready to bolster their corporate holdings, their corporate power, their corporate control through, they say, investments or reinvestments, but let's take a more critical approach to whether it will be in fact reinvestment or whether it will be a further consolidation of control over complex food systems. This is all. If you want to know more, you can download the report or talk to me, and thank you very much for your patience. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was a very interesting presentation. And maybe also to highlight and to link to this last slide, we already see some, for instance, merger and acquisition activity in the sector where I believe that Bunge is being taken over by Viterra. So if we already have few players in the market, they're going to be even fewer. And if they have more and more money, they will have more ability to continue the concentration.
And what if one of them goes down?
Yeah.
And what if one of them goes down under the burden of financial bets or investments that they've been making?
Yeah, it's a risk.
Where they will run to be bailed out?
No, I think that was very clear, but maybe now we can go to Oliver and talk a little bit as well about how concentration affects workers. And I think maybe just as a scene setter as well, we are seeing data and even from the ECB that shows that the wage share, so basically the amount of value that goes to workers, has actually been decreasing just as the profit share has been increasing. So the question is very much like, how do you see that workers are impacted by these higher levels of concentration?
Well, I mean, one of the points is, of course, when we talk about competition, normally it is about companies and consumers and the state trying to somewhat regulate it, and the workers are normally not in the equation. The first point, of course, we have to think about it, most consumers as well as citizens are actually workers, yeah? And they derive their possibility to have a decent living by actually having work and earning money. If they don't earn money, they really can't buy products. And of course, when they don't have money, it also makes it much more difficult to be a democratic citizen who takes his rights actively. So Europa is the European Services Workers Union. That means we represent over 50% of the workers, that is those in services. And one of the key points when you look at the services sector as well is those jobs are much more precarious, and they are much more in a situation where they can be affected by uncompetitive behavior. So it's important for us as trade unions, but also as a representative of workers, to make sure that we do something about economic concentration. So simply, economic concentration, monopolies are bad for workers, because in the end they have less money in their pockets at the end of the working day. But then when they go to the grocery store, they also have to pay more money for products, and so it's a lose-lose situation for them. So just like consumers, in their role as consumers, they suffer when only one company dominates a particular product market. Workers suffer when they cannot truly choose between employers. On top of it, as I said already, proper competition policies also make sure that companies pay proper taxes and that public services don't suffer. So in the end, it's not only 2 times workers are hit, but 3 times, because as citizens, they also suffer from... Sorry? Yeah, thank you. So they suffer really 3 times. We have seen research by the OECD and also by the UK Competition and Market Authority that the demand for labor in Europe is high, but wages are not rising, so which is very strange, because normally it would be the other way around, and that is an indication that there is no properly functioning labor market. And the reason for this is really the concentration of corporate power. It gives companies substantial power to set wages and conditions, and the antidote for this is, on the one hand, regulation of concentration and monopolies, and building working powers. And as trade unions, our role is, of course, in the first place, to build workers' powers. And how do we do this? We pool workers' power across Europe, and we build collective bargaining. But what you have perhaps heard in some of newspapers' articles, over the last 20 years, collective bargaining in Europe has diminished quite substantially. And there has been a policy by big companies: we don't want to have collective bargaining, especially not at sector level. And what we have seen, however, that there is a change in mood at the moment. In particular, in 2023, the European Union adopted the Minimum Wage Directive, and that basically brought forward a target of 80% collective bargaining coverage. And there we will see that we use this to actually enhance collective bargaining coverage, which then enhances trade union and workers' power, and that should be an antidote towards big companies. So there is a checks and balance system.
You hear me? Yeah. Just a quick follow-up. UNI is also one of the driving forces behind the Make Amazon Pay campaign, which is a union of civil society organizations and trade unions working together on Amazon-related campaigns. You've also supported strikes from Amazon workers in Germany, Spain, Italy, where workers are asking for better pay, better working conditions, and collective bargaining. Amazon is also the second biggest private employer in the world. Do you see a link between the struggles that the Amazon workers are facing and the power that Amazon itself has?
Of course. I mean, Amazon, and I always use a metaphor or the story of Star Trek. Some of you might be interested in Star Trek, and they are the Borgs. And the Borgs basically go around the universe and conquer worlds, and they tell them always, you will be assimilated, resistance is futile. And Amazon is basically the same. They don't do it in one sector, but in many industries, and they basically tell us, you will be Amazonized, resistance is futile. And I think that is really happening. We have a situation there where Amazon is somewhat, broadly they're thinking if human beings could be robots, that would be great. And we are fighting this in many of the sectors, and they are almost everywhere nowadays. However, what I also have to say, we are quite successful to actually resist. It is not futile. We have a big coalition of different groups, political groups, and indeed in the European Parliament. If you want to unite the entire European Parliament again behind one cause, hit Amazon, and they're coming together from the extreme left to the extreme right. So that's very positive, but it's still too many people are buying their products, so it's just, we are all against it, but we're still ordering from Amazon. What we need there is really better rules and better enforcement, which really hits Amazon. And that is really about competition policies. The Commission has good competition policies with the Digital Services Act and Digital Market Act. We have really made progress. But what we need to see now is actually enforcement. And there, quite frankly, when we look at regulators, normally they're understaffed and don't have the possibility to really compete with the big lawyers and the big number of lawyers which Amazon can employ. And Amazon is an American company, so they know to evade the law if it's ever possible. But again, we can be successful, and the big success was perhaps last month, when we all rallied together and made sure that Amazon is kicked out of the European Parliament, so the Amazon lobbyists can't go in there. So if civil society, if politicians get together, we actually can manage. And I think as a European, with a positive look at the European social model, I would say we should not live up to being Amazonized, but we should tell Amazon they're Europeanized, and any resistance is futile. Thank you.
Maybe now to Nick. Of course, we are still in a way recovering from COVID and all the subsequent crises it kind of led to. One of the things that COVID also brought to the forefront was the power of big pharma. It probably actually improved its image in Europe largely. So I wanted to ask you, and I wanted to bring you specifically for this, is there a link or is there a negative consequence between big pharma's bigger and growing profits, and is there an impact on our lives, our public health systems, on innovation as well?
Thanks. Yeah, I would argue there definitely is. I think that it's extraordinary, really, that we see pharma as this very successful industry, because really it's a perfect example of market failure. The only reason we have new drugs is public funding and public work on an absolutely huge scale, particularly at the most risky bits of medicine development. So this idea that it's the private sector that does the risky entrepreneurial stuff, and then the state comes in and puts its sclerotic hand on something, it just is not borne out at all by the story of medicines. But the crazy thing is we accept that market failure is happening, otherwise we wouldn't put the money in, but then we kind of forget it when we just hand over the research to the private sector and give them literal monopolies for a very long period of time to do what they want with that research. And I would argue there are three negative consequences. The first is cost, which is putting an incredible strain on our public health systems. So we did a little bit of research just in the UK, and we found just 10 medicines, 10 in the last 10 years have cost $13 billion. The vast majority of that is profit, is excess profit. The overwhelming majority. One drug alone, $2 billion, which is a highly rationed drug called Humira. And that is putting a strain not just on the UK. In the Netherlands, there were a bunch of civil society organizations actually trying to sue the maker of Humira for excess profiting at the public expense. I believe something similar is happening here in Belgium too. So that's one. The second is security. We know a lot about how these monopolies through problematic supply chains are increasing insecurity. And we're seeing that across Europe at the moment in terms of shortages of medicines. In France, it's a really acute issue, and the government said they need to take action to do something about it. But the third, and I think the really important one for us to understand, is the impact it has on innovation. Because pharma has told us a lie for many years now, which is, well, you might not like us, you might not like the profits we take. At the end of the day, though, we come up with the goods. We come up with the new medicines, and imagine what your lives will be like without medicines. So they kind of, this is their winning argument, but it's simply untrue. Actually, pharma is an incredibly uninnovative. Well, it depends what you mean by innovation. If you mean making new, radically different drugs that affect the diseases we're suffering from and increase the experience of the patients, they're very, very bad. They are very innovative at finding new ways to create monopolies on drugs that already exist by making tiny changes, right, through evergreening. So 78% of new patents on medicines are simply, basically the same drugs that we've already got. 78% of new patents. A study was done in Germany a few years ago. It found that 57% of new medicines approved had absolutely no additional benefit whatever. Only 10% represented a serious improvement on drugs that were already out there. So, for all of the R&D money that we're putting in as the public, we're not getting the drugs, the new drugs that we need as a society, and we're certainly not getting them at a price we can afford. And I guess the one big example that I think we should all be really frightened about is increasing antimicrobial resistance, which is obviously rendering our antibiotics less and less effective. Our entire medical establishment depends on these things, and pharma is putting almost nothing into this at all. We have one guy who was a conservative member of the government. He's in the House of Lords. He used to be at Goldman Sachs. He's called Jim O'Neill. He worked with pharma for years, trying to incentivize them to put money into antibiotics. 5 years later, he comes back. He's like, I don't believe a word you guys say. You've done nothing. I think you should, most of you should be nationalized. This is from a conservative member of our parliament.
And also in the sphere of public health, we've seen in the past few years one of the biggest waves of public and civil society mobilization was around the COVID vaccines, and especially to get a waiver from TRIPS agreement so that global south countries would be able to produce the vaccines directly. This gained quite a lot of traction. At some point, even the US came around and supported a waiver. Yet the EU was the big bloc here. So I was wondering if, first of all, how do you see, why did the EU oppose this bloc? And isn't there a sort of doesn't this show a sort of contradiction sometimes between the EU's trade policy and the EU's own ambitions for its internal market?
I think that's exactly right. So the problems I've described are as of nothing compared to the problems the medical research and development in the global south. There are simply not the incentives in the system to create the medicines needed at a price that can be afforded for most countries in the world. And in COVID, you saw that, particularly, of course, we did create the vaccine, thank goodness, but most countries in the global south were not able to purchase that vaccine. And again, it goes back to this common problem of monopolies. And the real issue here is in the middle of the 1990s, we decided in our wisdom that every country in the world effectively should have US-style intellectual property standards. Nobody ever in the past thought that was a good idea. And people would have thought that was crazy. And it's created such a problem from HIV to cystic fibrosis drugs today, where countries are simply not able to learn from what we've done and produce their own. Just as in the pandemic, they were not able to learn from what we've done and produce their own. We could have had so many more COVID vaccines coming on to the market much, much more rapidly, but we simply refused to allow hundreds of factories throughout the world in dozens of countries to produce, because we judged the intellectual property rights of the corporations who'd not even invented those vaccines was more important than ending a pandemic equitably. And I think that the EU's position on that was really deeply hypocritical, as was my own government, the UK government, the same. It was one thing that Boris Johnson and Angela Merkel seemed to really agree on, was that the profits of the pharmaceutical companies should come ahead of ending this pandemic. And it went against the policies that they themselves were saying might be necessary in Europe. And today in Europe, and I think it's great, the European Parliament and the European Commission are considering how to change this industry and the need potentially for compulsory licensing and how we make industrial strategy work to make this industry better. But we're not thinking about the impacts that our trade policies have on other countries being able to have those same rights. And if it's a problem for our medicine development, only imagine what kind of problem it is going to be as we try and tackle climate change. And I think this is really important because as we're putting in place our own industrial policies for climate change here, many of which I'm very supportive of, although I think they should go much, much further, I'm incredibly worried that you're actually going to see increased global inequality because most countries in the world will be locked out of those industrial strategies precisely by our intellectual property system. And we admit this in UNFCCC COP after UNFCCC COP. We talk about tech transfer and so on, all the very nice language there, almost nothing is done about it.
That's, yeah, really clear answer actually. And maybe now we can turn to Johannes. And I think yeah, we've heard here a lot of things, and they are not necessarily what you often hear in competition policy circles, right? We are bringing in issues that are related to trade. We're talking about corporate structure transparency. We're talking about collective bargaining. We've also seen in the past, and especially with the Bayer-Monsanto merger, we've seen environmental groups and farmers trying to enter into the discussion of competition policy. But issues of sustainability and public health were not actually accepted as arguments within this field. Yeah, so my question to you is a very wide one, and you can take it however you wish. But basically, can actually these wider concerns, these societal concerns, be taken in competition policy framework?
Well, thank you very much, Margareta, for the invitation, also the question. Let me just start by saying that I'm just expressing my personal views only, and that these do not engage any institution I'm affiliated with. And broadly speaking, you know, the program put forward by the manifesto resonates certain things with me. In particular, you know, the emphasis put on tools like the market investigation references. Greece has been one of the first countries in Europe to copy the market investigation reference from the UK. We have this in our law since 2005. And for a long period of time, it hasn't been used. I'm pretty happy that during my mandate, we have been using it 3 times for different types of products and services. And I think this is really a little bit about how we can operationalize the discussion into concepts and methods and tools that could be used by competition authorities. And you're absolutely right. These issues were not really discussed 5 to 10 years ago. We have been a few academics discussing about these broader perspectives, but unfortunately there was a commitment to the consumer welfare paradigm, and these discussions were somehow considered as very fringe. And what is interesting in the last 5 years is that they're becoming now mainstream. And that creates a little bit the issue for competition authorities because they will need to operationalize these discussions and develop concepts, tools, and methodologies that could be somehow put in effect in their day-to-day work. And this is something which is missing. And I guess, you know, this is really a little bit what we have to work on the next few years, also in academia, about how to build these more, this broader, basically, competition law paradigm. Now, in my work, I've been putting forward since 2017-18 this polycentric competition law paradigm, which is basically, I mean, if I can put it simply, is to embed, and I'm using this, you know, concept of embeddedness, is to embed basically competition law in the context of the existing institutions that we have and the systems or normative values that govern the specific European policy that we have. And these are pretty much clear in our material constitution. These are expressed in the treaty. I mean, it's not really doing something, transforming competition law to a law of everything. We just have to apply what is in the treaty. And this is, I think, one of the essence, basically, how to embed competition law to the broader social European contract, as this is expressed in the European treaty. So basically, what we ask competition authorities is to apply the law. And the essence of the polycentric approach has a double claim. So the first one is whatever the content of the material constitutions is, and it could also apply in the context of a neoliberal constitution. Polycentricity, in the sense of polyarchy, should be an intrinsic aim of competition law. We should actually have different centers, so a polyarchy. I think that's an important claim. It's part of the ontology of competition law. That's what competition law is for. So the second claim is that we should not only, you know, rely on the consumer welfare standard, and we should not only rely on price-based revealed preferences, but we also have to see, and I follow up a little bit what Oliver was saying before, individuals as interacting in different spheres of social activity. I mean, the economic approach of competition law, which is a consumer welfare approach, has been separating the economic sphere from all the other spheres. Not necessarily understanding that power can be converted, from one sphere to the other, from the economic sphere to political sphere to cultural sphere, and not also understanding that preferences also are not just expressed in the context of the market, but because people are not just consumers, voting in terms of buying products according to the money they have. They are also citizens, they're also workers, and they express their social preferences as well in these other spheres of human activity. And I think the problem that we had so far is that have been focusing only on information that comes out from the market sphere, not necessarily taking the perspective, the more social contract perspective, which is to see what are the views, what are the preferences of these citizens expressed, let's say, in the Constitution. And if we look to the European Constitution, and we have Article 3, Paragraph 3 of the TEU, which basically very clearly provides that the Union shall establish an internal market with a goal of achieving a highly competitive social market economy aiming at full employment and social progress. We have in the treaty a number of provisions, the so-called horizontal clauses, that impose an obligation to the European Commission or all other European institutions to take into account environmental concerns, sustainability, the protection of the employment. So the whole point is how we can change the way we think about competition law to integrate a little bit this broader social contract dynamic, and how actually we can possibly, put forward different methodologies and concepts that could be used in this more policy-centric competition law. Now, what actually, and there has been some progress there. Martin is here, so you have been, quite interesting discussions at the ECN that moved forward and integrated sustainability concerns, not just environmental sustainability concerns, but also social sustainability concerns in our discussions. We have actually the collective bargaining recommendation that, resulted from a lot of work from academics, myself included actually, in order to push forward for labor markets to be part of the discussion in competition law. Secondly, we have environmental sustainability agreements that are now in the horizontal cooperation agreement, where we don't just think about individual use benefits, but also about collective benefits for environment. I mean, this is quite important, right? And this is something that eventually could be used to expand the consideration of collective benefits. I think the next important thing is to focus on structural inequality, right? I think the concept of structural inequality is basically, providing emphasis on vulnerability. Some people, because of their lack of mobility, but I mean, they cannot switch in terms of, products. They cannot because they are technologically or economically dependent. So this is something that needs to be part of the discussion, how we can actually develop concepts that could focus on structural inequalities. And also, and that's my last point, I mean, we'll continue discussing about that. I think we need to envision the role of competition authorities as engineers. How we can engineer the structural conditions that will make markets work for the benefit of the people, eventually also integrated into our competition analysis, broader public interest concerns that go beyond the usual focus on price and output. But again, very important, these concerns are not the concerns that some unelected competition authority officials have taken into account. No, they are in the Constitution. So we just apply basically what is in the European Constitution, and that's basically the message.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes. If we have one question from the audience, if anyone has a very pressing question, we can take it. If not, we can move on to the next panel probably. But thank you very much to all the panelists. I think this was really interesting, and I think it is potentially a little bit challenging to the current, well, certainly someone who attends a fair few of these conferences, this is a little bit of a different discussion that normally happens there. But Johannes, I think, is also bringing in a good perspective that actually there has been change already. We just need to take it a bit further. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. So let's jump straight into the next discussion. So for those of you just joining us, I'm Max von Thun. I'm the Europe Director at the Open Markets Institute, and I'm going to be moderating this panel on how we can tackle monopoly power to build a more sustainable, inclusive, innovative, and resilient economy. So in the last panel, we heard a lot about the ways in which economic concentration and monopoly power can affect us and harm us in our daily lives, from increasing the cost of critical food and drugs to lowering wages and working conditions for workers. But with this second panel, we'd like to take the discussion in a more, should we say, optimistic direction and look at how addressing this problem of market concentration could help us build a better economy. And so we'll look at how reining in monopolies could benefit workers and consumers and boost innovation, and we'll talk about some of the practical interventions that we could do to achieve that. We'll also look at whether the EU and Europe more generally already has the powers and the vision that it needs to achieve this, or whether we actually need to look at upgrading those powers, including by looking at what's happening in the rest of the world. So to discuss all of this and more, I'm joined by a fantastic panel who I'll now quickly introduce. So sitting right next to me is Martijn Snoep. He is the chairman of the Netherlands Authority for Consumers and Markets, one of Europe's most high-profile and forward-looking national competition authorities. Next to him is Jan Eekhout, who is an economist and a professor at the Universitat Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. And Jan is a leading expert on how market power shapes labor markets, including writing the 2021 book, The Profit Paradox: How Thriving Firms Threaten the Future of Work. Next to Jan is Ariel Izrachi. He is the director of the University of Oxford Center for Competition Law and a leading expert on digital competition and innovation, including writing the book How Big Tech Barons Smash Innovation. And finally, we have Vanessa Turner, who is a senior competition advisor at BEUC, the European Consumer Organization, and a leading advocate for tougher and smarter competition enforcement in the EU context. So let's get started. So Martijn, I'd like to start with you. So obviously, you know, as we approach the end of the current European Commission, we're at a pretty critical moment for competition policy. There's been a lot of progress. We have new powers like the Digital Markets Act. We have a more aggressive approach to mergers, for example, with some big deals being blocked at the EU level, some big antitrust cases, and also a lot of activity at the national level, including at your authority. So, you know, from your perspective, at the head of the Dutch Competition Authority, you know, where do you think we are now? Do you think we're being ambitious enough? Hopefully not. And you know, particularly looking towards the next commission, what would you like to see?
Well, thanks, Max. And maybe let me start by saying how we look at it, you know, from our perspective. And I was a competition practitioner for 28 years in private practice. So I've developed my entire professional life to competition law and competition policy. And I make this distinction because there is a clear difference. Competition law is basically the law that describes our mandate as competition authorities, maybe due processes, the instruments that we have, and competition policy is how we apply that law. And I think in line with what Johannes was saying, the law is much broader than the policy. And that's okay. You know, we talked a lot about the consumer welfare standard. Well, when I started practicing, there was no consumer welfare standard in European competition law. The law hasn't changed since then. So at the time, it seemed, and I understand, it seemed like a reasonable idea to introduce this consumer welfare standard, whatever, and there are many versions of it, because it gave a certain direction for the policy within the broader mandate of the law. Now we are 30 years further ahead, and I think the situation where we are now requires maybe different objectives and different policies within the legal mandate that does not have to be changed. And I think that's where we are as competition authorities. We are on a trajectory to change the policies within the broader scope of the law. And we are now working in different directions, and each authority has its different priorities. But we are getting there. And I think the great thing about this conference and about civil society is that it incentivizes competition authorities to take an extra step and to challenge boundaries and to go beyond precedents. Because I think in the balance of power of the competition debate, there is, of course, a very strong voice from the business community and private practitioners who focus on legal certainty, on due process, and these things are all important. I'm not dismissing it. But on the other hand, we also need civil society and civil society groups to push ahead for a more progressive agenda, so that there is a balanced way outside the competition authorities world where we are pushed from two sides into a different direction and hopefully find new ground. So what are things that we are working on as a Dutch competition authority? And you have to keep in mind that the Dutch competition authority is not, or the ACM is not a competition authority only. We're also the energy regulator, the telecoms regulator, the digital regulator, the Consumer Protection Agency. So we have a wide mandate. And I think that makes us ideal positioned in what we call kind of a whole of government approach in tackling corporate power, because that's also how we see it. We are an integrated authority that uses different tools from different toolboxes with one objective, and that is tackling corporate power and bringing value to people and businesses, to bring value of markets to people and businesses. But within the competition mandate, one of the things that we are looking at the moment is how, well, one step back. Over the past few years, we put in kind of sustainability concerns, and Johannes referred to that. So both sustainability as an exemption for possible anti-competitive behavior, but also sustainability as a concern when there is a negative effect on the environment as a result of market power. So it's a two-sided sword. But we're also looking, and I think that's an area where we can do more, at labor markets. What's the impact of market concentration? What's the impact on cartel agreements on labor markets? We've already done a couple of cases against employers conspiring to reduce wages. We're now looking more in what the effect of mergers is on labor markets in one of the merger cases that we are looking at. Second area, media plurality. Media is obviously extremely important in a democratic process. It is extremely important in a counterweight against corporate power, and therefore media plurality is a key issue. And why we are now looking in how to incorporate media plurality in our merger test. And finally, and that's my last point, something that we see now in more and more markets is buy and build strategies by mostly private equity firms, but also by industrial players. So that means bigger players buying up, gobbling up smaller SME companies, trying to get market power either at the local or regional level or at the national level. And I think these M&A strategies are important, an important area to focus on for competition authorities, because they can lead to market power depending a little bit on the structure of the merger control system, in a way that gets unnoticed by competition authorities, because most of these mergers remain below the threshold. And what we are now looking at is whether we can tackle these M&A strategies of these companies in unconsolidated markets in our current merger control test to prevent market power to happen. And this is incredibly difficult, because what is the tipping point? Basically, the tipping point, if there is market power, then okay, you can argue that every additional increment should be prohibited. But then basically you are already too late. So what is the increment between not having market power and adding one small transaction in gaining market power? This is a new area, and we haven't found a solution yet. But I think what is interesting, and that comes back to my earlier point, the legal mandate is wide enough to experiment and to see how these things work without having to change the law. Because that, if there is one, warning I can give to the audience and also to the civil society groups is, be very careful if you want to change the law, because the law of the unintended consequences also applies to changing the law. And once that law is, being put up for consultation in Parliament or wherever, it may end up in a way that you do not like.
Beware of what you wish for, as the saying goes. A lot to chew on in there, and some really interesting insights to the type of work you're doing at the ACM, which would be good to come back to later. So Vanessa, I'd like to turn to you next, and my question to you is similar to the one I originally posed to Martijn. So, looking back on the past 5 years or so, and what we've seen, particularly from DG Comp, what's if you were kind of giving them a score on the report card, what would it be?
That's a very difficult question. I think I would give them quite a good score if we're looking at the last 5 years. If we're going back a bit further, maybe less good. So maybe let me build on a few of the points that have already been raised, because I think it's important that we do look at the scope of the law. And I think both Martijn and Yannis have already touched on this. And I want to build on it, because I'm actually not pessimistic, but rather optimistic about what we have. So there's a lot of emphasis about, do we only look at prices under EU competition law? And I would say no. Do we only have a consumer welfare standard under EU law? I would say definitely no, which gives me this grounds for optimism. But let me maybe explain why in a bit more detail, and it might get a bit nerdy, but I think it's important to go through this. So I think EU competition law has the flexibility to look at all the dimensions of interest to consumers, and obviously I'm a consumer advocate. So we're not just interested in prices as consumers, but also in choice, whether that's choice in relation to sustainability options or choice in relation to privacy options. And I think EU law has the ability to deal with that. Its foundations are actually quite broad and solid, so am I echoing, as Yannis already mentioned. So EU competition law has the ability to look at multiple objectives, not just price. And I want to just go through a few of these that have been recognized in the case law of the court. So EU competition law has been found to recognize protection of consumer well-being as well as welfare, effective competition structures, the protection of input providers, functioning of the internal market and market integration, fairness, and plurality in a democratic society. So I could cite you one or more cases for each of those concepts that I've just listed, but don't worry, I won't. But I will maybe just cite one very recent case from the European Court of Justice, which nicely summarizes the broad scope of interests that EU competition law covers. And that's the Court of Justice's European Football Super League judgment from December of last year. And there it referred to the purpose of competition law, in that specific case, the abuse of dominance, so Article 102, as being, and I quote, to prevent competition from being restricted to the detriment of the public interest, individual undertakings and consumers, and protecting innovation. So I think that is quite a broad scope and picks up on some of the points that were being made earlier. So for me, I think we have the right legal foundation in the EU to rein in market power and improve the lives of consumers and citizens, so agreeing with other speakers. And I think, actually, that foundation will also enable the 6 priorities that Max, that you mentioned earlier. So I don't think we need a radical change in the law, leaving aside the danger of being careful what you wish for. I think the problem is the way that it has sometimes been enforced. So here we come back to how many points do we get. And I think I completely agree with Max with what you quoted from Executive Vice President Steyer, that we need to be bold. We should have been bolder. I think we're getting there, but we should have been bolder. And I think it'll be also really important that we resist the things that René Rapazi was referring to in terms of allowing potentially industrial policy, if done the wrong way, to negate the benefits of competition law through overriding competition principles to create European champions, for example. So I think there are a number of ways that we have done things maybe not as well as we could have done in the past, but I think we have turned a corner in recent years, and we see that in digital markets. Just to pick a few cases, the very recent Apple Music streaming case was an exploitative theory of harm. We haven't seen exploitative theories of harm for many decades, apart from in the pharma sector. So I think that's a really good a point for enforcement in the last few years. And similarly, looking at things like consumer behavior in the theories of harm in analysis of cases, I think that's also a really important point. And in merger control, I think other people have mentioned already that we've seen, I think, in digital markets, a turn in terms of taking into account ecosystem issues, as, for example, in the Amazon iRobot case that Margarita mentioned, or indeed in the Booking eTravel case, as well as recognizing the importance of innovation in cases like Adobe Figma. So I think we are really getting there, and it's also outside of digital. Someone alluded earlier, actually it was Yanis who mentioned the change in taking sustainability considerations into account, which I think was led by Greece and the Netherlands, pushing from the bottom up of the member states up to the Commission level to get things done, but maybe not all the way. So I'm going to give a good score, but certainly not a perfect score, and there are a number of things that I would really like to see done, and I don't know whether I can go into those now, or whether you would like me to pause at this point.
Right, well, thanks for following the brief on optimism, and yeah, I think it would be good to come back to some of those more concrete ideas of how we improve the current system a bit later. But now I'd like to come to you, Ariel. So you've done a lot of work on how concentration, particularly in the technology sector, undermines innovation, despite what we might hear from the big tech companies. So it'd be interesting to hear a little bit more about how that works, about how innovation is harmed by concentration, but also, again, to stay on this kind of more optimistic perspective, how dealing with this concentration could actually benefit innovation.
Thank you, Max. Hi, everyone. Before I comment on innovation, I just want to mention something on consumer welfare, because obviously that's a big theme. And just to share with you, as many of you know, in the treaty we have consumer well-being in Europe. We don't have consumer welfare. And yesterday we had a chat and we were reminded that we hosted in Oxford an event a few years back, and Mario Monti was presenting at the event. And I just think it's a really nice anecdote. So Mario was talking about consumer welfare, and he explained that at the time, he was under immense pressure from member states to implement protective measures or promote national champions. Each person had a different idea about what consumer well-being was. So he imported consumer welfare from the US. He made a decision that consumer welfare will be a limiting instrument that will be really useful. And at that event, he said that in hindsight, he regrets doing that. So we have to remember that competition enforcement is a dynamic process. The fact that at a certain point we thought that one thing is right, or the fact that consumer welfare was built in a certain way, doesn't mean that it should continue exactly like that. But there is a warning that comes with that, and that is that you have to be very careful not to overstretch certain concepts. And another tiny anecdote on that is, when you put something for consultation or when you try to open something for legislation, it's very much like when you have a DIY project at your home and you bring a skip and the skip is on your front drive. You know what you want to throw into that skip, but you never know what the neighbors are going to throw in your skip. So always be wary of that. Now to innovation. The problem that we have is that our version of or understanding of what competition law should be or is has been distorted because of a lot of parties that are driving certain agendas. So what we settled for in terms of a competitive dynamic is very different from what the textbooks would assume competition will yield. And therefore, it is not too surprising that competition doesn't always deliver on its promise. And when you touch on innovation, it becomes even more obvious. Because the way we measure innovation looks at volume of investment, looks at quantities. And at the theoretical level, there are different approaches. Does market power help? Does it inhibit innovation? But even if you find a common ground, and there are well-accepted ideas about what drives innovation, our focus is pretty much on how much money goes into investment. We don't ask about the value of innovation. We don't ask about the nature of innovation. And this is where there is a massive gap in our understanding. More competition, or let's start with less competition, results, especially in the digital environment, in toxic innovation. Less competition results in upstream players dictating the paths of innovation. So you're told a story of disruption, but the real story is about smaller companies that are joining the value chains of larger companies, because it is extremely difficult to get funding otherwise. So what does more competition deliver? More competition can increase the heterogeneity of innovation. It means that what you have is, instead of all the time supporting the value chains of the leading companies, because this is where the money is, you will have real disruption. And that disruption is significant, because real disruption is about different value propositions. It is about increasing the scope of innovation. And if we are successful in reigniting a dynamic process of competition, then the markets will actually deliver. Then there is less need in terms of us intervening, and we will see much more of that. But in markets where you have network effects, markets where you have first move advantage, or when you have markets that have already tipped, it does require an effort. It requires a combination of enforcement and a combination of support policies, meaning the government, the European Union, cannot just sit and expect the wonderful powers of the market to simply deliver. We have to do something beyond that. And do I have another minute? And if we look at AI, because we had a bit of a chat about AI, this is really a lovely area where you see all of this extremely visible. Look at the rhetoric from the industry. There has never been more activity in AI markets. True. There has never been more startups. Absolutely true. And there has never been more money. So that is a story of success. Now, move beyond that facade of success, and you see a story that is slightly different. Because what you see is upstream players that control the interface, control the models, control the data. And what you see is a lot of activity downstream, but that is completely reliant on those models. You see contracts that actually prohibit downstream players from competing directly with the providers. And you see what we refer to as open washing, which is everyone talk about open AI, how everyone have access to generative AI, where in fact what you have is the permit to take whatever you have and plug it to the socket of the power station. You don't have access to the power station. You were just allowed to plug into that. And that, in a nutshell, is the problem when we discuss innovation or dynamism. We have to maybe question sometimes the rhetoric that we are being presented with and ask, what is really happening here? And if what we see is increased dependency, what we see is concentration and a lot of activity, but within the ecosystems that was created, then this is really not the type. It's great. I'm not saying that it's not great, but we should aspire to so much more. We should aspire to competition where you have disruption, where you can have European champions, where you can have activity that really generates the dynamics that will promise future welfare. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I think you've made a really convincing case of when we talk about innovation, we shouldn't just treat all innovation the same and take it at face value. We should think about, who is driving that innovation, which corporations, how much power do they have. Great. So Jan, finally, I'd like to come to you. So you're an expert in how market concentration hurts workers in different ways, from lowering their wages, undermining labor mobility, even reducing output in monopolized markets. And we heard in the first panel quite a bit about some of the harms that creates. But from your perspective, if we were to succeed in tackling this concentration problem, how would you see workers being better off?
Well, let me first kind of point out, there's been a lot of interesting things that have been said, and I'm going to come back to those. But let me point out just one thing, which is that why is it that we're talking about many of these consequences that we observe today? And I think the main reason, and this comes out, from looking at it in closer or in greater detail, is that we're seeing a lot of technological change. And what technological change does is that there's a lot of good things. We talk about AI now, but we can talk about, the digital revolution starting about 4 decades ago. It has a lot of good things, and in that sense, in the economy, technological change is both the hero, but also the villain, because, while it produces all these benefits, it also produces a lot of negative side effects, and one of them is that the big players use the technology to somehow reduce the competition, for them, in order to extract more profit rents and basically be more successful from their point of view, which makes the system as a whole less efficient. And so, as you mentioned, there's a bunch of negative effects. What's the positive side? When we look at the tools that we have, and as Martin was saying earlier, there's not really a need to change the legislation, it's just how we implement it. I think there's one important thing that we have seen in the past. I mean, the Dutch authorities, I think, the example for many competition authorities, because they, as Martin was saying, they're not just doing competition, they also regulate electricity, telecom, they basically do everything that has to do with concentration of power. Now, in order to kind of obtain these positive results, what we really need to take into account is that because of the technological change that we've seen, this has an economy-wide kind of effect. It's not just the case that you can look at a breakfast cereal market and see what the effect there is of dominance. We see dominance because technological change, now the digital market or the advent of AI, has really economy-wide implications. And that's why we see things happening in the labor market. That's why we see dynamism go down. That's why we see startups going down. That's why we see these economy-wide implications, because the technological change is economy-wide, and the technological change has a lot of positive effects. But apart from being the hero, it's also the villain, because it reduces competition in many of these markets. And I think that means that also we have to do competition policy, or to try and achieve competition in a different way. I think one of the big problems that we see is that competition policy is very much done in a litigation kind of way for a problem that really requires regulation. That's a problem where we need ex-ante intervention of setting a set of rules. Think of, a football game. If you have a bully who decides the rules and says, I'm going to play with 15 players against the team at 7, and I'm going to make sure that, the field is slanted, and I play on the top and you play at the bottom, then of course you're going to win. And that's a little bit what we see. What a competition authority, I think, should do is make sure that, the playing field is level, that there's 11 against 11, that there's an impartial referee, rather than having, a set of rules that are biased. And I think in that sense, having ex-ante intervention and ex-ante kind of regulation is positive. What we see with the Digital Markets Act is a step in that direction. I mean, it's ultimately ex-ante regulation rather than litigation exposed. Now, the question remains, there's also, is it going to be successful or not? We have the laws now. Are these ex-ante regulation laws, are they going to be implemented? We know from the past that, telecom regulation has been very successful. I think more so in Europe than it has been in the US. We know that regulation of many industries, including energy, has been successful. There's still much more to be done. With digital, I think it's hard because regulating digital is so specific. Each market is so specific. You know, with energy or with telecom, there's a very kind of, you know, unified technology. But with digital, there's many different aspects to it. You know, there's network externalities, there's you know, retail, there's a whole bunch of different aspects of the technology that requires a different intervention for each of them. And I think that's going to be the challenge. Is the DMA eventually going to have the effect that it's being projected to have? Because, you know, we can't forget that there's also a bunch of big players who have a big interest in this not working. I mean, all the dominant firms, they have a huge interest for the DMA not to work, as they have had in the past for, you know, telecom regulation not to work, or for any other regulation not to work. And I think that's where we'll see how strong, you know, the existing legislation is going to be. But it's not about the legislation; it's going to be about the implementation, which I guess ultimately is going to be a political question.
Got it. Thanks a lot. So I'd like to move the discussion. We've touched on some ideas already, but I'd like to move the discussion more in terms of solutions and practical steps that we can take. So staying with you, Jan, for the time being, one of the lines that you had in your book, which really struck me, is you compare dealing with market concentration to putting a man on the moon or the Manhattan Project. So, you know, given the scale of the challenge we're facing, and if you were to give some advice to the next European Commission, what are kind of some priority measures that you would be suggesting to them?
I mean, I think in terms of you know, implementing competition policy, the way we think about a market and how it works is we think, let me use the sports metaphor again. We think about getting 11 great players on each team and investing in the team and making sure that there's innovation, new tactics, new ways of playing. We never think about innovation in, you know, the governance, innovation in the system of how to make sure that the rules are going to be applied. That may be the referee, that may be a VAR, that may be, you know, adjusting the rules all the time. And what we don't have at the moment is, you know, the means to do that. I mean, you know, I think Martin will be able to say that they're really working with a limited amount of resources to implement very complicated new policies. And I think that the first thing we have to stop and think is, how much do we really want this to work? And if we want this to work, we have to create, first of all, I think, an cadre of a group of people who really are, you know, well-trained, well-prepared, able, and then, of course, the resources. If I look at, from an economic point of view, probably arguably the biggest success story in economics is the independence of the central bank. Until the 70s, late 70s, 80s, we couldn't control inflation. Modular what happened in the last year, but that's a different issue. And so the way we did it was by arguing, okay, you know, because of economic theory, we need independent central banks, because, you know, if you mix this with a political process, what's going to happen is that the politicians, like in Venezuela or in Argentina, have an incentive to, you know, increase the money supply. This is going to make the economy very good for a few months. You have an election, you're re-elected, and then 6 months later, you have basically all the negative effects of high inflation. So take it out of kind of the political process, make sure that it's kind of, if you want, a technocratic, which is like a dirty word, but it's an independent process to make sure that there is control of inflation. How do we do it? We spend about 5 billion, both in Europe, in the European system, or in the Federal Reserve System, just about $5 billion or euros on this whole system, okay? What is the welfare cost? What is the cost to society of having too much inflation? People think it's around 0.5%. Okay, of GDP. Now let's take a look at what we do with competition policy. With competition policy in the United States, they spend about $500 million. That's 1/10 of what we spend in terms of controlling inflation. Now the welfare cost is around 8 to 10% of GDP. Okay, so we're just factors off in how much we spend, and we're factors off in how much we value the cost of not having enough competition. And ultimately, I think that's the only way that we will be able to implement competitive markets, competitive policies, if we really take serious, you know, regulating and implementing the existing laws with more resources and with more people and make this kind of a kind of innovative sector as much as the innovation is for the new technologies. Governance is also requiring a lot of innovation.
Great, thanks. And Martin, I'd like to come back to you next. So Jan mentioned a bunch of things that we could do to improve enforcement, more money, having the right personnel, independence, and so on. So, from your perspective, what do you think we need to strengthen enforcement for? I know one of the things that you've been calling for is for a market investigation tool, both in the Netherlands and in the EU. So it'd be great to get your thoughts on that and any other things that you think are needed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there are differences between the EU level and the national level. I would say at the EU level, we definitely need more resources because basically DG Competition and DG Connect were sent off on a very difficult mission enforcing the DMA and the DSA and all the other new digital regulation with limited amount of extra staff. At the national level, I must say I'm pretty content with the level of resources that we have at the moment. The good thing is that we are flexible with the resources, so we can shift resources from one group to another. So nowadays we need less resources in telecom regulation, and we can deploy the resources now in digital regulation. So that the size of the agency allows us also to shift resources around, which makes us more efficient. Second, I think in the member states, and again, the situation is different in different countries, is we also face a labor shortage crisis. So we have to think, I think also we have a responsibility as an agency. Do we want to deploy more civil servants in competition policy, or what about the energy transition, or the healthcare crisis, or the problems with with retiring employees in all sectors of the public economy? So I think from that perspective, I do not call upon my government in the Netherlands for more resources, but I would like to have more tools, and two tools are very important. One is something that I already mentioned, is below the threshold mergers, a call-in power. You see that many countries in Europe have now a call-in power, and fortunately the European Commission tried the infamous Dutch clause to get a call-in power at the European level. Hopefully that will succeed with the Court of Justice, and if it doesn't, that may be one of those exceptions that require a change of the law. And we would like to, we do not have a Dutch clause within the Netherlands, funnily enough, but we would like to have a similar power to get our hands on smaller mergers. So that's one. Second is the market investigation tool, or the new competition tool. I think originally it was introduced at the European level as the new competition tool, which was the predecessor, what later became the DMA. I think we need to go back to the original idea. It was a great idea. There is an enforcement gap in situations where markets are not sufficiently competitive, and intervention is needed. Not intervention by regulation in the sense of regulating an entire market, but by targeted interventions done by an independent competition authority. And I think it would be great to have that at the European level and at the national level. This has been picked up at the national level. So you see that now many countries, like for example, Germany, Greece, Italy, Scandinavian countries are either they have a new competition tool, or are they thinking about a new competition tool. But that, now we get to a new problem, kind of a second order problem, is that will this lead to a fragmentation of the European internal market? And I think there is a serious threat to that. So therefore, it is important for those markets that are prone to member state trade, that the European Commission has similar powers and can make interventions at the European level to ensure that the benefits of a single market remain there and are not be fragmented by national interventions with a new competition tool. So my wish list is relatively short. but in my opinion, very effective for the future Commission.
Thanks, and I'm very pleased to hear that ACM is happy with the financial resources it has. I think that's not so common with government agencies. So Vanessa, I'd like to come to you now. I saw you nodding vigorously when Martijn was talking about more resources for the Commission, for example. But it would be good to hear your thoughts more broadly on what, I'm sure BEOC has lots of priorities and recommendations for the next Commission. So yeah, any thoughts on that?
Thanks. Yes, I mean, I was optimistic beforehand, but there is a but, and there are things that I do think we need to do to improve competition law enforcement. And I divide it into two. I would start with what we have in our toolbox and how we use it, and then come into new law. So I think it's really important that we the Commission makes full use of its toolboxes, both in antitrust and in merger control. And I put that into three buckets. First of all, in terms of evidence, its evidence toolbox, I think the European Commission needs to make, and actually some member states, makes greater use of behavioral economics, so behavioral insights, how consumers actually behave. I mean, I indicated that we have seen some of that in some of the cases, but because it can be used by powerful companies to steer consumers to take decisions in the interest of the companies rather than in the interest of consumers and citizens, it's really important that we look at that systematically in any consumer-facing markets. The second area that I think should be systematically considered in cases, in particular in mergers, is financial analytics, to better understand how the company's incentives and to test theories against actual financial data, in other words, following the money. I think that needs to be systematically looked at as well. So that's two things I would call out and how we need to improve things in terms of evidence toolbox. In terms of the procedural toolbox, which is the next one I want to look at, antitrust cases take far too long, and then markets can tip, as we've heard already. Now, we need to try and do something about that, because otherwise the damage is already done. One of the things we could do about that would be to make greater use of so-called interim measures, and there I think we can learn from the French Competition Authority, which has been successful in using those. So that's one thing I would wish for at the Commission level. But I'd also want the Commission to work out why it is, and maybe Martijn can answer this, why is it that some member states can actually bring cases more quickly than the Commission? What's delaying things at the European level? Because it's going to be important to resolve delays if we can. Then another very important thing that I think also goes to the priorities of your manifesto, and that is we need to pay much more attention to effective remedies to prevent further market concentration in the first place, and then to tackle anti-competitive harms. And those remedies may well need to include structural unbundling type remedies in some cases. And I think there's many ways that we can improve remedies. One would be looking more broadly at what options there are, but another would be to involve third parties more in the design of remedies, and by that I also mean civil society. So those are kind of my wish lists for the toolbox that we have and that just needs to be used better. But then I do think we need to supplement this toolbox. And first on my list is market investigation tool for all the reasons that have already been said. And I think it's important that we do have it at the European level. Otherwise, we're going to have unequal protection of consumers in different member states, which is also not good, or it's an element of market fragmentation. And then the second thing where I think a change in the law is warranted would be to do something about restitution for consumers and citizens when companies have harmed them through abuse of market power or other competition law violations. Today, competition law damages actions are largely ineffective. For consumers, maybe not for business, but for consumers they are. And I think they're going to remain that way, i.e. ineffective, unless we have collective redress, so kind of class actions, to use an American term, at the EU level. Now that will require a change in the law, whether it's a change of the damages directive to include collective redress, or adding competition law into the Representative Actions Directive, which does allow representative bodies to bring claims on behalf of society. So I think that would be an important reform. And the other alternative, or actually addition to that, would be to include some form of restitution for consumers and citizens when antitrust enforcers take settlement or commitment decisions to close a case. So I think those would be my wish list for improving things for society.
Great, some very practical ideas there, and also great to hear that there's a lot of overlap with what we're recommending in our manifesto. But before I come to Ariel again, Martin, I was just wondering if you wanted to respond to what Vanessa was saying about this question of speed and the ability of different authorities, to launch and resolve cases quickly.
I must say I have the same question as Vanessa. Sometimes I go to my own staff and ask them, how on earth can Johannes do, I don't know, how many dawn raids in 1 year, and we have difficulty getting 3 or 4 done. But I think and I've, we talked about it, and we also talked at the ECN level, and there is a variety of reasons. First of all, I think you have to look at the workflow of competition authorities. If you have at the moment, 4 phase 2 merger investigations, it leaves less room to start an antitrust investigation, and so competition authorities are not exactly on the same wavelength when it comes to merger enforcement, for example. Second, it's a question of simply boldness. Some competition authorities are more careful than others. That doesn't mean if you're more careful that you're a coward, because then you come to the third option. We all have different courts, and some courts are very strict, and other courts are a little less strict. So that can also influence your boldness and your ability to bring boldness to actually a fruitful intervention. So I do not have the clue. I wish I had. Maybe it is something for academia to do kind of a cross-regulator research to see what works, but I think it's part of our job, and I see as the management of competition authorities, to improve the effectiveness of the authorities. We are now, for example, thinking about how AI can improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of our work, and also to speed up our interventions. We're in the early stages of that, but I think innovation is also a requirement for competition agencies to see how we can improve our action and expedite our interventions.
Great, thanks. And that brings me nicely back to Ariel. So Ariel, coming back to this question of innovation, I'd be curious for your thoughts on taking your point that it's not just about the quantitative innovation, but the type of innovation we want. So for example, in generative AI, we don't necessarily want AI just reinforcing surveillance advertising, right? But how can we operationalize that idea in competition enforcement so that competition policy actually creates more beneficial innovation? So yeah, your thoughts on that, and also anything else that the others have raised.
So I'm aware of the time. So what I'll do is I just collected few points because there were so many good comments that were made, and part of it will also answer your question, but also maybe add to the general mix. I think we all appreciate that we need flexibility. We need flexibility in enforcement, and the problem that we have is that high tech works. I mean, if we use that as an idea, 3 times faster than normal industry 3 times faster than competition agency, courts 3 times slower than competition agency. So you have a really nice spectrum, and you start to understand the gap. So even when the competition agency is brave and taking a step forward, the problem is, and this comes to your point, that sometimes the court are still in yesteryear jurisprudence, and the courts are the ones that are blocking because they're thinking and using case law, which is what they're supposed to do. So the rhythm of change at the court is much slower than the rhythm of change at the agency, which is by definition only chasing the rhythm of change at the industry, which brings us to the idea that competition law, as valuable as it can be, and the fact that it's very versatile and can be used as a gap filler, cannot be used to fill very wide gaps. It just doesn't work that way. And this is why we need other instruments. And this is where you come into regulation. But here again, you have the problem of flexibility. Because if you have something like the DMA, which is very impressive, but in a way, it codifies a lot of old decisions, and it does what we know about the market, what we understand about technology. Then what it does, it draws ex ante the boundaries of what is acceptable, but it is still following whatever happened yesterday. So you have other versions. You have, for example, the UK version, that it might be a bit more adaptive, but still, then you go to the UK or go to national levels, and we go to another point, that whereas the EU can focus on what they're trying to achieve and maybe disregard to some extent industrial policies or foreign direct investments, the smaller your economy, the less you can behave in a way that is immune from other pressures. So you're captured in a way, which brings us back to the discussion with which we started of market power. That's the problem of power, that suddenly everything shifts around and it's much harder then to do the right things because you are, in a way, operating already in an economy that has tipped in favor of certain incumbents. Market investigations, I think, are an amazing tool, but they tend to be a one-off thing. So in the context of what we describe now, let's say you do something now on AI. So you spent your year, you have your things, but they keep on going. And this is why, if we are trying to imagine the way forward has to have a built-in flexibility. And that flexibility will enable us to adjust, will enable us, we'll always be slightly behind, but to follow a bit closer to the development. I think we're very much focused on enforcement and regulation. We have to remember that there is always a risk that we're overdoing things, that basically we're creating such a burden, which is the general argument in Europe, that might even chill innovation and chill activities. So it's a very delicate act. It's a very delicate dance that we're trying to do here. Support policies, more regulation, remove regulations that are not necessary. And in a way, it will always be us chasing something until we find a way to regenerate competition. The solution at the end is by regenerating innovation and competition, because just by state intervention, there are some natural limitations to the process. Last comment, enforcement capacity. This is by far the greatest limiting element that we have. You have deep, endless pockets on one hand. There is the ability to exhaust the agencies. There is the ability to flood them with information. There is the ability to distract by having a certain case. And while there are a lot of stories of success across the board, always ask yourself whether that success actually triggered a change in the dynamics of competition, or whether all we have is something that we can maybe celebrate, but no, the train keeps on moving in a certain direction.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, but obviously we've discussed some really fascinating issues, and I'm sure we could go on for hours, but we've already eaten up 2 minutes of the coffee break, so we'll have to call it to a close then, but if I could just ask everyone to give a round of applause to our fantastic panel. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
okay. It's okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. Again, I am sorry to be so strict in interrupting your coffee break, but life, it's hard and it's a Monday morning, so it is what it is. I'm so glad to see you still here, though. I will kick off with the last panel of the day, which is a privilege, but also is a relief, because I have to admit that loads has been said already. Very interesting conversations. We've touched upon a lot of different topics and different sectors. We've gone looking at food, pharma, sustainability, environment, innovation, and what that means, what doesn't mean, and what we want. We'll look at challenges, the possible harms. We've also looked at the instruments and remedies. So it's been a very rich discussion so far. Our way to try to contribute to this is going to be to look at digital economy and bring the people in. Because all we've said so far, it has an impact on people's life. But in this panel, we're going to try to put this at the center. And with the help of all excellent panelists that I have the privilege to try to moderate, and this morning, what we're going to basically try to do is to discuss about what a digital economy for the people means, and how it is different from what we have today. And if it is different, and based on how different it is, how we can get there. And once we get there, how we can sort of maintain the situation and avoid to get back again to a status quo where we have concentration and we have all the arms and the challenges that we've been discussing right now. And we're going to do that looking at possible instruments. We're going to discuss about the DMA, competition policy, but also a broader view, and see if there are any other policies or regulatory instruments that we need to consider while delivering a digital economy for the people. And if so, what policies and frameworks we need to bring in, and why. So it's ambitious, I know, I realize. And before we kick off, introductions. So I am Maria Luisa Stasi. I'm head of law and policy at digital markets at Article 19, a free speech organization. I'm also a competition lawyer by background, and I do research at Tilburg University. I focus on pro-competitive possible remedies for free expression and competition problems in social media markets. That's my area of expertise. And I am joined today for this specific challenge that I just mentioned by Antoine, who is deputy head of the digital platforms unit at DigiComp, by Jurgita, who is a public policy lead at Proton Mail, and by Rosa, who is director of Foxglove Legal. We should have with us, we hope still going to be able to make it, also Axel, who is a member of the European, the EPP, and is a Christian Democrat from Germany, Axel Voss. I couldn't be in a better company, also because when we're going to discuss how the digital economy for the people looks like, we have the privilege to bring in completely different perspectives here. We have the regulator, we have a business player, and we have a more civil society oriented stakeholder. So I am sure that we're going to hear from different perspectives and lens, and maybe we're going to agree or disagree on things. Disagree on things is good, it's usually quite constructive. Let's hope to have also some time for questions at the very end. Let's aim at that, in fact. So I will ask you to be quite brief in your interventions, and then we're going to have the time to follow up. And maybe, Jurgita, I can start with you. So is the digital economy that we have today is one that is shaped for people? And if not, what do we need? What do we need to change?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much, Isa, for a great introduction. So I'll try to answer some of these questions from the privacy company's perspective, which I represent. And I was trying to think about, you know, the things like how a digital economy for people could look like in an ideal world before this panel. And again, from the privacy company's perspective, we will look at the internet as a place that should be private by default, and that should be interoperable by default in order to actually benefit people, consumers, benefit businesses. By that, I mean that consumers should have a possibility to have things and internet tools to be interoperable, to be working together, and to be respective of their data. For us, privacy is really the cornerstone of everything on the internet, and respect for data. So I think in an ideal society, in an ideal digital economy that is really meant for consumers, privacy is something that should be deeply embedded in everything that relates to data, and that people should always have a choice which digital tools they could use, how they could use those tools, how easy they should be able to make choices, how easy they should port the data from one place to another, how easy they should interact with their contacts, and so forth. And they should have a right to make sure that their data is shared or not shared with, you know, the people or companies that they're willing to. And I think this is very, very important. Also, people should have the right to refuse of their data being shared and sold for, as currently happens now, with hundreds, if not thousands, of other companies. So that's ideal world. Also, in an ideal world, innovation should be the driving force, because it's always that's something benefiting consumers. And obviously, competition and possibilities for smaller companies, for challengers to bring this innovation, to bring this choice to people, should be also really at the center of digital economy. Now, currently what we have, the reality is a little bit different, unfortunately. What we have, and this was already discussed in the previous panels, that a few big companies essentially hold the entire digital ecosystem in their hands. And they really set the standards for data privacy, for the use and types of data of people. At the same time, they're also really holding the keys to the entire, I would say, ecosystems that are often currently called even, you know, basic sort of infrastructures, like, for example, on mobile, there are only pretty much 2 companies that hold, that have created and essentially have the keys to the 2 major mobile ecosystems. And all the players in that field completely depend on those companies to get access to their customers, to get access to the consumers, and potentially, and very often actually, to offer even better products in terms of privacy, quality, data protection, and so forth. What often happens as well is that certain companies, because they have so much power, they even hold the hostage of people's online identity as well, which I think is very, very important, and maybe we can discuss this a little bit later, because there is so much market concentration, and if you want to use, for example, one of the major giants' digital tools, you always have to create all sorts of accounts, put all sorts of data, and then you never know where the data goes, to whom it's sold, how it's used, and so forth. So I'm not trying to paint here, like, you know, a very negative picture. But I think the reality of what we have today is still very far from what we would consider even a suboptimal situation. Now, there are lots of great initiatives that have been brought by European legislators. One of them is the GMA, that I think will be also discussed on this panel. And we as a business, we as a privacy company, a company that is offering an alternative way to people to be private, to treat the data, actually have a lot of hopes in this legislation, and we really hope that the enforcement can make a big difference.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. No worries. I think others have already pictured a quite pessimistic, scenario before us. So we're allowed to go with that as well, as long as we're being constructive, of course. And I think you've been, because you've pointed out the DMA as one of the possible ways to sort of make this change. So I've heard you talking about, yes, privacy is one of the priority to change this digital economy for the people, and then it goes as far the problem as being a problem of protecting our own identity. But also, I've heard you very strongly calling for choices and alternatives, and pointing at interoperability as one of those of the possible solutions. So it looks like quite easy to then go to Antoine and say, do you think we will somehow, do you think we have already the toolbox ready for this kind of challenges? And what's the direction there?
It work now? Yeah. Okay, perfect. No, honestly, I think it's great to come after what you said, right? Because I mean, you also present DMA as something that really goes exactly to what we're discussing today, right? I mean, try to have a digital economy for the people, and I couldn't agree more. And there is something else you said that I think to me is really key, which is that this digital economy for the people is really a digital economy where there should be a real choice. And I think there are two things we can put behind this real choice. I mean, the first one is that alternatives needs to be enabled, because if you don't have alternatives to the big digital giants, I mean, there is simply no choice. Then I think a second component, which may seem obvious, but I think today it is really not, is that when this choice could exist, I mean, it actually needs to be presented to the users and to the people. And it needs to be presented without undue steering. And I think these two aspects are exactly what the DMA is doing. Now, as I'm sure you all know, the DMA is now perfectly live. I mean, we have a number of gatekeepers, and I mean, there are the obvious digital giants that have a legal obligation to be compliant. I think towards the people, there are a number of benefits and of changes that are already clearly enabled. I mean, when you talked about privacy, I mean, there is a clear benefit that is now there, which is that as a user, you can choose not to have your data combined across the many services of a digital giant's ecosystem. You have the choice screen. I was just discussing the choice screens at the coffee break. I mean, I switched web browsers, and I'm super happy with the alternative. And I was discussing with someone else who did the same. So these are in a way like easy sell, because this is already visible to the people. What I wanted to insist on is something that I think in a way is even more important, but is a bit more tricky to sell, just because it will come, but it's not like completely there yet. And this is really what like the big objective of the DMA, which is to increase contestability. But what does it mean, increasing contestability for the people, and why is it so key? I mean, today, and I think you said it, there are entire space of the digital economy that are completely controlled by the gatekeepers, and where there is simply no access. And a lot of the obligations in the DMA are about creating opportunities for the business users to have, you know, a piece of this space where they can play and where they can actually bring innovation. If there is nothing effectively done to increase contestability, which is what the DMA is doing, we will live in a world where we will basically let monopoly of digital innovation on the hands of a couple of digital giants. And I mean, right now, we may be fairly happy with the products they provide. I mean, it works, you know, it's convenient, like it comes all together, and, you know, like everything is made so that you will never even think about the possibility to actually make a choice and to go somewhere else. But the reality is that we are missing out big time on a lot of innovation. Innovation by certain players that are already there and are just waiting to have just a bit more space to exist, a bit more visibility, a bit more means to keep investing and really be credible in this space. I mean, their services are already great. It's just like actually visibility is probably key for them. And also players who are simply not coming to light because the gates are closed. So I think that's really something where the DMA is trying to make a difference. As I said, like, a lot of opportunities have been created. Now it will, of course, take some time and some efforts for the business users to actually take up these opportunities, and then the benefits to become concrete for the people. And of course, you know, all of this will only happen if we have truly effective compliance with the rules, which is a bit my day-to-day work. I'm not gonna lie to you, we're not there. I think we've made it loud and clear that we will not settle for anything else than effective compliance. We initiated 5 investigations. We could probably have initiated more. But look, I mean, there is still some hope that certain things can be resolved through regulatory dialogue. Sorry, believe me, we have gone a long way in the discussions with gatekeepers, and this is continuing. But clearly, if we don't get to something better, it will keep on giving in terms of investigations. Then maybe just one last point, sorry, which is more about something I see. There is a big push from certain gatekeepers in terms of narrative, which is that the DMA is decreasing user experience, is just has negative effects on the user experience. And I think this is really, I mean, it's really not surprising that they come with this narrative. But what is behind it is that they are just telling people, look, I mean, you should not even like ask for choice. You should be happy that we're providing you with this already baked, like perfectly all integrated solution. And you should not even ask whether there could be anything better. And I mean, of course, it's convenience. You know, it's convenient because you don't have to make the effort to actually make a choice. But again, I mean, the problem is that we come from a world where we almost forgot that it's possible to make a choice. And I think that's really something that is key. I mean, people need to get used again that they can have a say, they can make a choice, and they will realize that there are a lot of great services out there, that the gatekeepers are not our everything. I mean, they can innovate, but others can innovate even better. They will also realize that if there is more space for others, gatekeepers will only be pushed to become better, and their own innovation may actually become really, like, you know, interesting and groundbreaking instead of just doing what they have always been doing. And you know, with this incentive to always make as much money as possible on these innovative services. So I think there really there needs to be, in a way, a change on people who will feel empowered again to make choices in the digital space. I will stop there because you said we have to be brief.
Thank you very much. I have to say I couldn't agree more. So I like very much your approach when you say about we need contestability, and the DMA is the right instrument for that. At least is, you know, the best attempt we've been having so far to work with. And I also like when your approach by saying contestability for the people It's different from contestability for the business users. For the business users, it might be about access specifically, and the possibility to have the incentives there to innovate, because they know they will find their way to the markets rather than being stopped at some point or even before getting into the market. But for people, this is very much about choices. As both of you mentioned, it's about choices, so it's about empowerment, it's about having a say, having the possibility to go somewhere else. So I definitely agree with all this. And I think there is this visibility space that you mentioned for the alternative players, and the fact that people need to be informed about this, which is very interesting. I hope we're going to have time to discuss this later on. So, but let me now turn to Rosa. So there is a lot already that we've put on the table. Do you want to add anything else? Do you have anything to say along this line or in a different direction?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the invitation, and it's wonderful to be on a panel with you all. I'm speaking as a co-founder and director and a lawyer at Foxglove. We're a tech justice group who work to try and make technology fair, and we take legal cases when we think that isn't happening. But to be frank, we're never going to be enough, and that's why I'm so delighted to be on the panel with someone who is trying to enforce what is an incredibly important kind of new regulation that we desperately need in order to try and disperse the power that big tech currently has, because without it, big tech will continue to dominate us. But I wanted to highlight, I guess, two reasons why I think it's so important that the DMA and the DSA, and indeed enforcers all over, are stepping into their power and using it even more than they are doing now. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the people that we represent to give you an idea of kind of how it impacts very individually. There are two reasons I'd like to sketch out, and then I actually wanted to end up with some praise for the EC about a decision they took, which we were delighted with, because I feel like there'll be a lot of conversations today asking you to do more. So I feel like it's important to acknowledge where something very good has happened. The first reason I want to highlight is that the big tech companies can punish workers at the moment with impunity. And I wanted to tell you about one of the people who we worked with, who was called Chinguez. He's a content moderator in Germany for Facebook. And he basically works to keep violence and hate off the platform. That's his job. He has no Facebook contract, of course. He's outsourced. He has no hazard pay, and he has no psychiatric care. So he is clearly a critical safety worker, but Facebook treats him as if he's somebody who can be chewed up and thrown away. And that's exactly what happened when Chinguez decided to stand up for himself. After years of abuse and exploitation, he and his colleagues started a works council in Germany, as he has the right to do under German law. And he was the first moderator to testify to the German parliament about his work and what his work entails. Shortly after that, he was sacked. And it was only thanks to our partner, Verdi, the union in Germany, after many, many months, he was able to win his job back, and after a legal case was taken. But they will do it again, and they do it again repeatedly because it works. It scares other people, and there's no serious penalty for the companies. Now, you may say, this is something for the labour courts. But I think the root of this abuse is about the sheer market power of the companies. And when a company dominates the market like Facebook does, it can abuse workers without fear. And that's what I think is one of the really crucial issues that this kind of new moment of European enforcement needs to tackle. Secondly, we really need you because of this, all of the social media giants and their business models have gutted our news, and they've poisoned our political discourse. Everyone here, I imagine, is extremely worried about the June elections. And we have seen everywhere a huge increase of anti-democratic far-right forces gaining ground. We're fighting a case in Kenya about what happened in Ethiopia, where Facebook became what was described to us as the radio of Rwanda in relation to hate speech and incitement of violence, on the Facebook platform in the conflict in 2021 that lasted a couple of years and ended in 600,000 people dying. But actually, the same thing here is possible in Europe. And we don't think that's an accident. The platforms dump toxic messages into our ecosystems by design because they're profitable. And the best efforts of people like Chinguez, the content moderators, simply cannot keep up. There is no chance for real news. And while the EU bloc has pledged to, but some of the far right in the EU bloc has pledged to behave, I understand it doesn't bind the national parties. And I think it's incredibly important that we don't entrust the future of European democracy to these individuals, or indeed the half-hearted gestures of the platforms, which come too little and too late. In the case of Ethiopia, Facebook has still not today enacted any of the break the glass procedures that they chose to do in the US on the 6th of January. So we hope the DMA and the DSA will start to stop the worst of big tech harms to our free press, our democracy, but we are concerned about the current staffing levels and that these teams simply do not have enough people. We have to rewire the political economy that helps lies and hate to thrive, and we have to dig up and polish the traditional tools to distribute market power, which have lain rusted in the field. If these giants are too big to fix their poisoned ecosystems, they're too big to exist in this form, is our view. And we think that the DSA and the DMA have a really crucial role to play with structural separations and conduct requirements to curb that dominance and give real journalism and democratic discourse a fighting chance. Now, I said I wanted to end with some praise. That's something that the EC did. Because last year, our coalition, lots of them are here, wrote to them asking them to investigate Amazon's purchase of iRobot. And we understand, and of course we don't know everything that happens behind closed doors, but our understanding is really the EU's refusal to allow Bezos to swallow up that firm really was a crucial move in him deciding to stop pursuing the acquisition. But we are so far behind at the moment, it isn't enough to stop these giants bloating yet further. We now need to disperse that power. And we can see Europe's barge starting to turn, but please turn a little bit faster.
That praise had a specific target, so I'm not going to say anything about it. But I do have to say that, not that that was unexpected, but the level of discussion is going higher and higher and higher. So I think we're going from a digital economy from the people to the very, very root, what you said. It shows that it's not only about the economy, it's definitely about the core of the democracy, from the spreading hate to, I would say, electoral integrity as well now, specifically in these weeks and months to come, and so on and so forth. So yes, we need to be up to the challenge. Axel, welcome. I would now turn to you, because so far we've been discussing about, what is this, how a digital economy for the people looks like, and we've been discussing about choices and users and the DMA, and have widened a little bit the scope with what Rose has said. Are there any policy or regulatory instruments we need to look at? Because you're sitting in a privileged position, because from the European Parliament you don't necessarily focus, as Antoine does, on a specific regulatory framework, but you can point at us a much broader picture. Please do.
So thanks a lot for the invitation, and thanks. So unfortunately I haven't heard you, but it was very inspiring also to listen to you. Where to start? At first, I think we as a society or European Union, we have to decide if we would like to be a player in these digital developments or not. We can decide and say stepping out of all these developments and then just being consumer of everything what others are creating. If we would like to be part of it, we need to do a lot. Especially coming up with a kind of a concept, strategy, probably changing of the mindsets of our national politicians, prime ministers and chancellors and so on, that we should come to kind of European projects and joining forces or so on, and then going forward. Otherwise, we can't achieve this. This is what I told you probably 5 years ago already, but you're seeing we did a lot of legal instruments here, and now we should come forward in thinking on this headline how to fill this with life. Instead of thinking of new legal tools, we should more think about how we can now come forward with competition and also probably more certainty in some aspects. So, meaning before all others, probably we should concentrate on the AI Act, because this might have negative implications if we are not focusing on these. And also meaning by this, now the AI Act, I would say, with this vague wording, is a lot creating a lot of legal uncertainties, and this is something what we should avoid. And therefore, we need to push the Commission and with the AI office, with the guidelines, with trying to single out overlaps, legal situation, and so on. This is one way forward. The other thing is, so if we're coming to some, let's say, individual rights, personality rights, probably also fundamental rights and also copyrights, there's a kind of a link to this generative AI. So we have to ask ourselves, do we want to have something in place what can still enforce these rights also in a generative AI environment? So far, we are just saying, oh yes, please respect some rights, but we do not have any idea how to enforce these rights. And this should be also a step forward because of all these key rights what we have in mind. This needs a kind of a dialogue and probably more technicians than lawyers, but at the end also lawyers. But here we need to come forward and find a way if this is still possible at the end. We are coming to other issues like if we're thinking more and more on this dimension of the virtual global or global virtual worlds, this probably is also coming more and more into life. It takes probably 7 years, 10 years or whatever, but one day this will be there and we should prepare ourselves for it. This means also for me, we need to think about just in a very easy step forward, we need to think about which court might be the competent one, which law might be applicable, probably also to this strange question of avatars can marry each other, and what does this mean as a kind of a legal consequence? So these are just ideas, or gives you the kind of impression how we should prepare ourselves for kind of a global virtual world. The other aspect, and this might also touch security issues, means what is the consequences out of quantum computing? Even I don't have even one idea what does this mean as a kind of a consequence, but we also should focus already on it till this day that they are there. So 10 times or whatever more faster than others, and this is, or probably more than 10 times, but this is already something what creates problems and where we have to think about how we can solve these. What does this mean? Not meaning a kind of a detailed regulation or whatever you might have in mind. It means more that we have or giving them a kind of a frame and saying, yes, we are supporting development, but it has to be in some certain environment, value-orientated environment. And then we can say, if you're in this environment, you are not facing trouble. Otherwise, you will face trouble. And here we need to be very serious, probably. So we need also, from my point of view, to balance competition better with these values of individual rights or whatever it is, we need also to think about how we can do these reporting obligations better, or in parallel with some AI in place, that no one has to hire again someone in doing all these. And some governance structures should also probably be emerged somehow. Even I would say it might now be helpful to come up with a kind of a digital agency, European agency, to put all these together, and that you are also coming forward with the interpretations of provisions in a kind of way where this is valid throughout the EU. And we have also a kind of a balanced situation between fundamental rights, individual rights, and competition. Everything, I would say, there is a solution in place, but you have to be open-minded that there is a problem and that we have to balance these. Sometimes in politics you see, oh yes, just protecting the GDPR is the way forward, instead of thinking how we can better rebalance this situation in some problems. So as a lawyer, we are loving to balance everything to the exception of the exception of the exception. And this is something where I have the feeling we should more come to this situation, because in the AI Act, if you're looking to the use cases, I'm just saying we do not want biometrical data used in something, but it might also be helpful for health reasons, for letting you not falling asleep in a car or a cockpit, and so on. So there are always there's also a good side and a bad side, and here we have to draw this very thin line. And this is where I would say it's better than just in general saying, oh, it's awful, facial recognition and biometrical data and emotional recognition. No, everything might also be used for the good. And that's why I think we need to focus also on these elements. So then, of course, we probably on a kind of a lower level approach, but we also need to probably come more to how integrate autonomous contracts and smart contracts into our legal system. Because machines now coming more and more forward with a kind of its own decision for something. And if my fridge is buying milk somewhere, then all of a sudden I have a contract partner who I even don't know. And what is when the milk is already over the date? And so on. So here we have probably also to find a kind of a way forward. Cloud infrastructure, terms and conditions, are they already consumer-proofed in a way? And also there we need a kind to have a focus on. This is not, so I would rather concentrate on these big lines at first, just to get or come to the situation that we can still digital survive. Otherwise I can't see this any longer. And also then just one idea at the end, because of social media. 10 years ago, we had in mind, oh, wonderful, Arabic Spring, transparency and democracy will be spread all over the world and so on. 10 years later, we have to defend democracy because of this is undermining democracy standards already. You are creating people who are totally living in their bubbles and not even communicating to each other any longer. We find generations of kids, what they are seeing already might create a kind of a very unhealthy part of the new generations. And here I would say we need to think about in which world we would like to live, also with social media, and all of a sudden this seems to be a threat for our society, a threat for our democracy. And here we are coming, if I'm coming to this extreme, can we save democracy because of social media? And here we need to think about if this is already something, what we should move towards. Because it is shocking if you're reading some written experiences by school kids, what they have seen already. I can't imagine that this is very healthy. And I find this, to myself, very shocking. And so it's then disinformation, it's playing a role in this area, and then also algorithms who are more leading to a kind of an extreme right-wing or national-orientated society then all of a sudden, and this leads then to the question, can we still save the European Union at the end? So I know it seems quite unusual with these questions, but I think we are in the direction of destroying everything, and this is what I would like to avoid.
Thank you very much. I think you've raised a number of very interesting points, but two key questions. One is if avatars can get married, and the second one is if we can save democracy. And I do believe that I don't have an answer to any of those, but somehow they might go, now jokes apart, although those are not jokes actually, the answers might go, or might point at the same direction. We've started the day by saying that we need to democratize markets, and by saying we've been discussing also innovation, and I think Ariel mentioned in the panel before that innovation, very disruptive innovation, is about value propositions. And now we're talking about a digital economy for the people. So maybe the answer to all these questions absolutely need to be discussed and found by the people, and not by a handful of powerful people sitting at the top of big companies. I think those are core questions for our present and our future. And so, yes, that's the hope. I've also heard you saying somehow that we need to make sure that people know that there will be very serious consequences when laws are not respected. So I'm, just looking at someone here saying that I hear, deterrence needs to be there, and maybe we need to reason about this as well, especially because flexibility and deterrence, they're not necessarily going all the time in the same direction. So we need to find a balance there as well in allowing flexibility in the way we implement the rules, but also making sure that there are red lines when we need them. I've been told that we have a hard stop, so I'm getting already bad views and bad sides from the organizers. But I really want to thank you. This has been inspiring for me. I hope for a few more in the room and online. And I hope this is just the very beginning of a much bigger conversation. Thank you.
So, this has been an invigorating event. I'm now going to introduce Sven Giegold. I actually started out my modern professional career looking at oil-producing countries in Africa. And one day, about 15 years ago, I had an amazing meeting with somebody who was the former economic advisor to the tax haven of Jersey, and he told me an amazing story about tax havens. Now, back then, tax havens were kind of seen as exotic sideshows to the global economy. They were like mafiosi and a few criminals and strange stuff going on, but nobody took them too seriously. The amazing story I heard was that tax havens were right at the heart of the whole globalization project. And they were bigger than I thought, much bigger than I thought. They had huge macroeconomic implications. and that they weren't necessarily where we thought they were. Back then we thought it was about small islands in the Caribbean and so on, but I was being told that the biggest tax haven in the world arguably is my own country, the United Kingdom, on certain measures, certain ways of looking at it. So in that meeting, I basically made a career pivot away from oil in Africa, and I decided to join the Tax Justice Network. So the person who was telling me this stuff was was one of the co-founders of the Tax Justice Network, and I joined one of their first meetings, and there I was given a kind of informal interview with some very penetrating questions that were sort of looking at who I was and my background and my character. And the person who was giving me that interview was Sven Giegold. And I've always credited Sven since then for being somebody who, so he was into the tax haven subject long before I was. And I've always credited him with being somebody who can see profound trends going on in our economies long before pretty much anyone else can. So I'm delighted to welcome him to give a presentation, and then we're going to have a short chat afterwards. So thanks, Sven.
Yes, so dear friends, dear members of this coalition, and good to see you again, long time no see indeed. And I have to say, perhaps 20 years ago, this group would have looked quite differently. So the clothing, the location, the way how we express ourselves and behave. And all this is not by chance, because tackling excessive corporate power has become back to economic mainstream. And on economic power and competition, we can really proudly say we have changed the intellectual mainstream. Our friends in the US, what they managed, what happened in several EU countries is breathtaking, I would say, and economic power and concentration are back on the political menu, and also is competition policy. Our ministry, I could say, for us, that's not anything new, because I'm now state secretary in the ministry where competition policy was put in practice in Germany in the good old days of Erhard and Müller-Amack, and under the title of ordoliberalism. And what is now important is, in that moment, is to produce real and lasting legal and economic change. And for us as Europeans, this means mainly on the EU level. So changing EU politics presupposes broad coalition in many member states in order to be successful on the European level. Building a broad coalition includes difficult compromises. And as coming from Germany, as being a member of a traffic light coalition, I can tell you I know what difficult compromises mean. We need a broad and lasting coalition of all available forces in the institutions, civil society, and business alike, as well as academia. In Germany, our ministry led the fight for energy transition. We managed to change course after years of stalemate in Germany, and this was only possible through the legitimacy gained from a large civil society movement, but then in alliance with a huge number of businesses which see business opportunities in exactly that political change. Not only the fight against climate change has the potential for this alliance, but also the fight for open markets, innovation, and active competition policy, because they constitute a cornerstone of the social market economy which the European treaties foresee. Our language should adapt accordingly. We can proudly say competition policy and curtailment of concentrated economic power means to be in favor of innovation, to safeguard a future for our startups, to give them access to finance, in order also to strengthen the power of SMEs and give them alternatives to merging with large, already oversupplied corporations. Your conference and your manifesto comes at the right moment before the EP elections to also define what concrete policy changes we want to achieve in the next mandate and under and for the next European Commission. Therefore, I welcome very much today's conference, and I welcome the general direction of the Rebalancing Manifesto with its recommendations. The recommendations overlap a lot with the competition agenda of our German Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Robert Habeck and myself, we set out in the beginning of our mandate a 10-point competition policy agenda. It has clearly helped over the last 2 stormy years in this traffic light coalition with crisis all along the way that we had pinned down our direction on concrete measures early on. Also, against the background of this experience, I would like to outline today 2 things. First, what I see as the broader political forces on EU competition policy, both in terms of tail and in terms of headwind for our joint agenda. Second, some concrete proposals for EU competition policy. So let me move to the first point. First, the antitrust pendulum swing away from Chicago and the narrow consumer welfare approach certainly has created the big opportunity for profound change. This is also due to your work over years, for which I would like to thank you wholeheartedly. This includes both the signatories and the supporters of today's manifesto. You are in a certain way the civil society wing of many of the demands we have been following for a long time now. But second, also due to the current geopolitical crisis and the need to protect our economic security, competitiveness has become the top priority in economic policy. It is unclear yet whether this will play out more as opportunity or challenge for competition policy. It is fair to assume that the next European Commission will be all about competitiveness and industrial policy. We may see this in the Letta report. We may see this even more in the Draghi report. Whether in or outside these reports, there will be calls for European champions. There will be calls for more state aid and new protectionism. And there will be the political background song. Domestic competition would adversely affect global competitiveness and be bad for economic security. This narrative is not only dangerous for a social market economy, but also bad economics. There is little that fosters innovation, investment, and transformation as much as effective competition. And competition helps to improve economic security and the resilience of our European economy. Firms in markets with fierce competition better adapt to shocks and changes in capacity. More competition leads to more diversified supply chains. This also helps to reduce choke points and structural dependency. And it will also help us to go through the green transition, which is a necessity for all of us and our children. In short, now more than ever, the European treaties were right. They call for a European common market, not for European common monopolies. Third, a very substantial level of state aid will continue to have an impact on competition. Today's manifesto rightly makes the connection between state aid and competition. It points out that we should use state aid also to create a more diverse, sustainable and balanced economy. Indeed, we have to make sure that we subsidize the green and digital transformation as such, and not single champions. In addition, we grant state aid. Competition is necessary to guarantee an optimal take-up of these subsidies. In general, it's obvious that there's a tension between a global race for subsidies and the European common market. For a real response to that tension, we need a more European approach, which means neither denying the need for support of our industries, nor putting our common market at risk. Fourth, the systems competition, in particular with China, is heating up. Some of you may remember the fight over Siemens Alstom. We are fortunate that the conclusion was it is not in our merger rules that is the problem. It is unfair Chinese subsidies. Therefore, we were right in being systematic and tough on the root causes of the problem, setting up the foreign subsidies regulation. Fifth, we need also to think together competition, consumer protection, and product safety. The EU rightly has high standards, but we also need to enforce them. Platforms such as Temu have to be systematically scrutinized and, if necessary, banned from selling unsafe or otherwise illegal products in Europe. And if member states do not live up to their task of enforcing our standards, the Commission should step in to force effective implementation. Effective implementation is not a side dish in the internal market. It can no longer be ignored in Commission's infringement policy. Let me now turn to my concrete proposals for EU competition policy in the years to come. I would like to focus on 5 proposals: on the DMA, on abuse of dominance control, on a competition instrument, on sustainability, and on merger control. We have the Digital Markets Act in the books. The big question now is, will it work? The rigorous enforcement of the DMA is essential because breaking the power of these gatekeepers is essential for fair competition. It is essential for giving our SMEs the opportunities they deserve. It is essential for a fairer distribution of opportunities and wealth. It is essential for our economies and for our democracies. We will be measured by citizens whether we implement the DMA or not. The European Commission has opened non-compliance investigations against 3 gatekeepers. There are 2 potential constraints on the Commission's tasks: resources and rules. On the resources, the German government has officially made the proposal to introduce fees on the gatekeepers to cover the costs of monitoring and enforcement. This is the realistic answer to the budget constraints to come, also with a view to the next MFF. And therefore, it is a logical response to ensure that the Commission has the financial means in order to have the respective means to counter the bunch of lawyers from the large gatekeepers they have to face. A similar approach is already implemented in the DSA. And therefore, there are good reasons in order to give Commission also in this area the access to the needed resources. In the context of resources, let me address the more general issue of revolving doors. We have seen too many cases in the past where people switching from Commission, agency, and also DG Comp to big tech, law firms, and economic consultancies. The Commission should implement the existing code of conduct for officials much more rigorously in order to protect the integrity and reputation of the institution. Any impression has to be avoided that knowledge and insider information gained in the public interest can be sold for private gain. And certainly, travel of Commission staff should not be paid by private actors. Therefore, I've taken up this issue with the Comp leadership. At the same time, some very critical voices on Fiona Scott Morton's candidacy for the chief economist job at DG Comp reminded me a bit of the congregation of faith. Also, in the future, our public institutions need qualified experts with deep private sector experience. And the larger our coalition grows, the more careful one should be with too much based with a language of campaigning, which is basically pushing away some of the allies we urgently need. The more successful we will be in our fight, the more experts from private sector will be tempted to work on the public side. Each person's profile and values has to be evaluated. The campaign against the nomination of Fiona Scott Morton, even often without speaking to her personally before starting campaigning, was for me clearly over the top. On the rules of the DMA and whether they are sufficient, let me be clear. We will not blind ourselves into just repeating the DMA has to be a success. There will now be enforcement of the DMA, and there will be swift political judgment on the enforcement. If the DMA enforcement does not achieve changes in behavior and markets quickly, there will be a tougher and different upgrade. This would have to include wider discretionary powers for the Commission, reaching up to structural separation. On generative AI, we have to prevent the rerun of the gatekeepers' playbook of advancing their ecosystem through acquisitions and exclusionary conduct. But this is not sufficient. We should prepare for an upgrade in the DMA to safely include gatekeepers' conduct in cloud computing and AI. On the control of abuses of dominance, the Commission will publish its new draft Article 102 guidelines this summer. The next Commissioner will then decide on the final text. I welcome that the Commission wants to make its Article 102 enforcement more workable. I agree with the manifesto that the way to do this is to deploy more bright line rules. The Commission has to reduce the number of cases where it has to carry out full economic effects analysis. We need a real rupture here. Only if the Commission is bold and leads the way, there will be change. The best scenario would be that DMA enforcement becomes a laboratory and model for more efficient and quicker Article 102 enforcement. More generally, Europe needs a competition instrument for the European Commission. We have introduced such an instrument last year in Germany. The Bundeskartellamt already had the powers to investigate a sector before our reform. Now it also has the powers to stop a significant and continuing malfunctioning of competition. Possible remedies include closer monitoring of mergers, the facilitation of market access for competitors, or even as ultima ratio, the divestiture of parts of an undertaking. Why such a competition instrument? Two main reasons. First, for significant structural competition problems in a sector, we need more than the one-off and piecemeal enforcement against specific infringements in lengthy procedures. Second, conduct on the markets nowadays moves away from blunt cartels to the fringes of existing competition law. Therefore, we need to fill the gaps in our toolbox to tackle some of this behavior. We have taken inspiration from the UK CMA market investigation model. Some EU member states, such as the Netherlands and Denmark, are also considering introducing such instrument. The European Parliament has already welcomed the initiatives across several member states. It calls on the Commission to introduce a market investigation tool to avoid enforcement gaps. I'm working on broadening the camp of supporters in the Council. We suggest to focus the EU competition instruments on those sectors which have an international dimension and are of high importance for the overall EU economy. This is where our burning problems with a lack of effective competition lie, and where the support for a tough European response is broad. European competitiveness needs not less, but stronger and more targeted competition policy. Another area where we have to move forward in the future on the EU level is sustainability. In Germany, we will soon reform competition law on sustainability agreements. We will follow into the steps of the Netherlands and again the UK, which I still miss in the EU, by the way, in particular with regard to environmental out-of-market efficiencies. What is more important, we have to already send the signal that the next EU horizontal guidelines have to be more ambitious in this regard, also for the international debate. The fifth and final area for action I would like to mention today is merger control. We acknowledge that DG Comp seems to have learned from past mistakes, such as Facebook, WhatsApp. There seems to be a tougher enforcement line emerging, including the prohibition of booking e-Travelly and the abandoned acquisition of iRobot by Amazon. We need a legally sound solution for killer acquisitions. Therefore, the next Commission must look into a reform of the merger regulation and the guidelines on horizontal and non-horizontal mergers. This is also necessary in order to concentrate the resources of DG Comp on the merger cases that matter and reduce red tape where it matters less. If this proves difficult because of the unanimity requirement, alternative routes for reforming merger control need to be used. So, to conclude, I would like to return to my words from the beginning on the Fair Competition Coalition. I would be happy to see as many of us possibly stepping up from advocates of change into agents of change, where in and or around the EP, whether in or around the Commission, for example, as members of the new advisory body at DG Comp consisting of representatives of civil society and consumer organizations, which the manifesto suggests. And lastly, I'm looking forward to the moment when your new coalition organizes a powerful meeting together with the business community to defend an innovative, competitive Europe. This is the next step in order to win in all these struggles and not only to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sven. That was great. Thank you, Sven. I'm going to speak more loudly because I don't think. There we go. So we've got 4 minutes till the next intervention. So I am going to just probably have time to ask one question. I think the question I'll ask is, when the German Competition Act reforms were announced last July, you said on Twitter that you had intensively experienced lobbying pressure. Are you able to talk about that, the experience on a personal level, but also to talk about how, as civil society, we can counter, a broader question, how we can counter this, how we can not only help push back against lobbying, but also get more entry for civil society, for small businesses, for trade unions, for others to have an influence on competition policy, both in Germany and at an EU level. So it's a very broad question, so answer whichever bit you want to.
No, in a certain way, my speech was already the answer to that question, because I would say we made a mistake when we suggested the law. Many people felt they would fall victim of that new instrument, which we didn't have in mind. And as we are respecting the Bundeskartellamt autonomy, we were not able to say specifically which sectors we actually had in mind, because we didn't want, as a ministry, to prejudge where we have long-lasting problems of competition. So therefore, we could not speak about the sectors. It was all legislative talk, and we did not make clear enough that we didn't, for instance, want to punish actors which have an innovation advantage, and therefore are in a moment of limited competition, which is normal in an innovation cycle, that for some time you generate extra profits while until everybody has been learning what your competitive edge is. And these actors, which are of course powerful in Germany, we have lots of SMEs, world market leaders in specific technology intensive areas, they felt now these crazy Greens want to torture us with competition policy. And we were first not realizing that, that we actually triggered these people, while those who were meant were comparably silent. Because if they would have spoken up, probably the wider public would have said, yes, please, more of that. And that is very important when we speak about the experience we had here with the new competition tool. The new competition tool also failed, not because of the lobbying of the big gatekeepers, but because some actors turned against whom we need as partners in the alliance. And therefore, it's so important to focus such a new instrument on international, on markets where we have international monopolies. And that if we do this, we have a good chance to win it in the next mandate. If we trigger, as we did, again, the wrong people in business, we will lose that again. So therefore, my recommendation in the speech was to be more targeted where we want such an instrument in order to have a chance to win. And I read with care your manifesto. My suggestion would be a bit more targeted wording would be helpful to get more support.
Okay, thanks. Well, that takes us neatly to the end of our time. Thank you so much, Sven. It's been an honor to have you here. And I'm now going to hand over to Barry, I believe, to finish this up.
Hi all, I'm Barry Lynn, and Executive Director of the Open Markets Institute. And I'm actually not going to finish it up. Margarita is going to do that in a moment. I just have about 3 or 4 minutes of comments. You know, it's really great to see you all today. I mean, there's so many friends and allies in this room that we've worked with over the years. And it was a really great honor to be able to witness this conversation today, you know, about how to ensure a democratic, stable, cooperative European economy and society, able to help promote peace and justice here and around the world for decades to come. You know, as we heard many times today, this is an extremely sobering moment in the world. But if we face the threats honestly, move forward with full confidence of ultimate victory, we have an unprecedented opportunity both to manage the threats and to rebuild our societies, economies, and democracies on a far stronger foundation. You know, I know this task sometimes seems daunting, but we should also be clear, as we have heard so often today, there is no need to develop any new science or any new ideology or any new policies, really. On the contrary, we only need, remember, first principles. You know, remember our own histories. Consider coal and steel. That agreement from 75 years ago, that foundation of European Union and European democracy, was also the first formal effort by nation states to share control over industrial corporations, and the first formal effort to regulate industrial competition. Jean Monnet himself called coal and steel Europe's first antitrust law. So your whole modern history is here to serve as a guide. And Europe is not alone. The US has for many years been a bad partner. We have been selfish, we have been bullying, we have been deluded and hubristic all at the same time. But President Biden is driving a radical change, a revolutionary change in policy and philosophy. I personally am confident this is going to continue in 2025. I hope Europeans are fully ready to take full advantage of this opportunity in 2025. Because we in the US must also be honest that we also can't do this alone. And if things go wrong in November, well, it's all that much more important that Europe be fully able to protect itself, which is why today's conversation is so fantastically important. You know, building and protecting democracy has never been easy, but as we have done in even more difficult periods in the past, we will succeed again today. And as today's conversation showed so many times, we are in fact already winning today. So I just wanted to say thank you all for your leadership and, you know, to quote Sven, you know, thank everybody here for moving from being advocates of change to being agents of change. And now, Margarita.
Okay, I have a really tough position of closing us. I'm also standing in your way to lunch, and then I'm following Barry, so this is quite a difficult position I'm facing myself. But I just wanted to remind us why we are here. Our intention as the organizations that put this event together was to pierce the EU competition bubble, to bring forth not academic or abstract considerations of the value of competition, but rather the stories about how it impacts real people, how it impacts workers, how it impacts food prices, how it impacts sustainability. We see that what we are facing right now are immense challenges. These challenges we find are either driven or created by corporate power. In the face of these concerns, there are those, and especially corporate lobbyists, who are saying that what we need is a deregulatory competitiveness agenda. This deregulatory agenda would fight back against measures that we have heavily fought for that protect worker safety, that protect environmental standards, that protect the due diligence obligations of big corporations. These companies also want to receive more subsidies without having an increased responsibility towards the public, and they want to soften antitrust and competition enforcement for themselves so that they can grow and become themselves monopolies. This is very obviously the false solution. This is what we've heard all morning, that monopoly power hurts us and we need to fight against it. What we have tried to do with our manifesto and also with today's event is to also lay out that there's a very clear and very doable alternative vision, one that will actually make our economies better, that will protect our workers, and that will deliver a more competitive economy. We heard today many great suggestions about how this could be done. We heard about how it is about more than competition policy, how we need to talk about collective bargaining rights, how we need to talk about trade. We also heard time and again that we need a market investigations tool. This is a very clear message that I take from this conference today. We also heard from Johannes, and I really have to highlight this, that competition policy doesn't need an overall reform to be able to include wider societal goals, like sustainability, like workers' rights. So we can change this, and we can take this into the next few years to adopt real change that will impact people's real lives. I think it's clear that we are at a tough time for the EU. The next EU institutions will probably look somehow different than they are right now. I still hope that they will not be as far right, or the turn to the far right won't be as extreme as we see that could be coming. But overall, the institutions will face crucial choices, and there's two different agendas that are on the table here. We hope that they will take the one that will prioritize people, and that's what we want to do with our manifesto, and that's what we set out to do in the next 5 years as well, and with our own work. So with this, I want to thank everyone that helped us organize. I want to thank everyone that came, and I think we can go for lunch.